All right, call to order the July 15th, 2024 meeting of the Albemarle County Board of Equalization. Let's start with a roll call. I'm Evan Mayo, the chair of the board.
Lynn May, Jack Jewett District.
Dave Norford.
Bob Beard, Samuel Miller District.
Okay, so we do have a quorum with 4 members of the board available. Our normal treasurer is missing. Is anyone willing to take on, or excuse me, secretary? Is anyone willing to take on the secretary role for today? Bob, I'm going to volunteer you since you're the vice chair. Is that all right?
Okay,
We're gonna get you a blank copy of, kind of a template. And usually have that.
I'll use Excel to check the math. That's great. I'll use Excel on the computer to
Okay.
help identify the math. If we
Sounds
change
good.
one, as we've done
Okay.
historically. Then with the staff members present, please identify themselves.
I'm Peter Lynch, County Assessor, Billy Taylor, who is the Deputy County Assessor, just stepped out for a second. She is present.
Deb Collier, commercial appraiser.
When Mrs. Taylor returns, I think I'll swear everyone in at once.
Should be able to fill in the motion, the second, and all the votes and any details.
Everyone who may give testimony today, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony, both oral and documentary, which you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Do.
Thank you. So we do have minutes from the meeting on July 11th to approve. I'm going to ask everyone to review those during our break, since they were just made available to us, and ensure they're accurate. Is there any other old business to take up before the newest applications? Okay, and we will hear argument from Board of Equalization application numbers 6, just 6, for property ID 32481 Westminster, Canterbury, with 901 address 250 Pantops Mountain Road. And this is a double time presentation, and so we'll have 20 minutes to present your argument, and then we'll use 14 to reply, and then a 6-minute rebuttal.
We discussed 30 minutes. Peter, is that
I'm fine with adjusting that if it was.
So we've reserved an hour,
For this.
30 minutes, 15, 6. Okay, that would work fine. You're welcome to take up to 30 minutes.
great? Thank you so much. Good morning. My name is Anna Buchanan, Chief Financial Officer and Treasurer for Westminster Canterbury, the Blue Ridge. Today I'm joined by my colleagues, Tyler Kendall, our new President and CEO, Deidre Massey, our Vice President of Marketing. Thank you for your time today. We endeavor to make good use of the 1 hour we have together. And thank you for your service to the community. We also would like to thank the Lynches and his team. We appreciate the role of the County Assessor's Office. Westminster Canterbury, the Blue Ridge is a nonprofit continuing care retirement community providing long-term care and services to approximately 460 older adults. We employ approximately 300 full-time equivalents in the process of providing care and services to our residents. Throughout today's discussion, I will refer to our community as WCBR by the acronym we often refer to ourselves as. Westminster Canterbury, the Blue Ridge, WCBR, is similar in name to other communities in the Commonwealth, but we share that Westminster Canterbury name only. We are a single site operator incorporated in 1985, located on Pantops. I will describe elements of our business and our care model. As we know, our mode of operation and what we do is not well understood. It's very pertinent to today's proceedings. Westminster Canterbury the Blue Ridge is licensed by the Virginia Department of Social Services as an assisted living facility, the Virginia Department of Health as a skilled nursing facility. We are a registered provider with the State Corporation Commission Bureau of Insurance for providing long-term care, also referred to as life care. In statute, we are often referred to as a continuing care retirement community. We operate as a long-term care insurance program with guaranteed unlimited access to the care continuum on our campus with only a modest annual fee increase. And so it's a way for our residents to plan for their end of life, later years, many years of care within independent living, assisted living, memory care, and health care. Our residential settings, for which we refer to as independent living, include cottages and apartments. Our catered living is the assisted living space as well as our Vista memory care. Our health center provides skilled nursing and long-term convalescent care. We were organized in 1985 and opened our doors in 1990. We are not a new community. The purpose of our founding was to establish and operate housing and healthcare facilities in a manner designated to meet the needs of elderly persons. That's a quote from our Articles of Incorporation. Our tax exempt purpose is promotion of health and care of the elderly per IRS code. And within the assessor's records, we're referred to as a home for the elderly. I'll share information. It was in the packet provided to you for homes for the elderly in town. We're not a multifamily property and we offer no rental options. We have no such thing as rent. It is a life care contract that residents execute with Westminster Canterbury the Blue Ridge for life care and residential services. As a WCBR fiduciary, I have a duty to manage the tax liability for WCBR. We aim to pay no more than our fair share of property taxes, and we are the most highly assessed property in the county. Today's subject is the most highly assessed property in the county. We are challenging the 2024 assessment on the grounds of uniformity. I will offer a supporting analysis with the case, and I'm going to start with the improvements first. Package provided to you, which is labeled improvements, is where I will go next. And I'm going to refer quite often to a property in town called Colonnade Residential Village at 2600 Barracks Road. And you can see in this table at the top, Colonnade by comparison is a for-profit multi-site operator within Sunrise Senior Living. And they also offer 4 levels of care. So in terms of did you receive the memo? Yes. Okay, right. In terms of having independent living, assisted living, and memory care and health care, Colonnade also offers 4 levels of care. In terms of our square footage, we are a larger community. We have about 1,000 square feet of improvements. And as compared to the Colonnades, they have 370,000 square feet. We are the older of the 2 communities. First built in 1990, Colonnade was built in 1992. Our ranking description on property cards is listed as excellent, whereas Colonnade is listed as very good, and you can see the assessments. The basis of our appeal is uniformity. I will go through these increases, and many of my comparisons will be to the Colonnade community. We have not built anything new within the past 10 years. However, our increases year over year have been disproportionate to other homes for the elderly and disproportionate to Colonnade. In 2022, our improvements increase was a 24% premium to the Colonnade improvements. In 2023, our assessment increased 18.4%, while Colonnade increased 8%. And in 2024, our improvements increased 5%, while Colonnade's increase was 1.8%. I'll also go through some elements of physical depreciation, functional obsolescence, external obsolescence as we continue. Can you turn to page 2 of this document, which has a table at the top that looks such as this?
Page 2.
Yes. Would it be easier if I gave you another packet?
There are two different parts to it, one land and one improvement, so she's on. page-
Yeah, improvements is where I am. I'm on page 2 of the memo. Okay, all right, thank you. So our buildings by age, and I've referred to them as the name listed in the county's website. The Pantops building is the youngest, the Blue Ridge building, assisted living, nursing, and Monticello. You can see the year built, the ages of the buildings, the sizes of the buildings, 24 assessment, and the dollar per square foot. Note the wide range. Obviously, the newer building has higher value, but it has a demonstrably significantly higher value compared to really almost any comparable that I could find. So we'll go into that in more detail. The weighted average age of our commercial buildings, and Mr. Lynch and his team refer to these as the commercial buildings, is 23.5 years. Our cottages have several generations, as you can see. Our Jefferson cottages, of which there are 20, built in 1990, are 34 years old. The Hillside cottages were built between 1999 and 2005. Albemarle cottages built in 2008, and the newer Hillside cottages, 8 years old. Average weighted age of the, Mr. Lynch refers to these as residential buildings, the cottages, 24 years. So you can see overall the 700,000 square feet, the assessment, and the dollar per square footage. A point to note, because every resident on our community, on our campus, receives life care, our residential settings are still a vehicle for providing care. Residents enter a life care services and residence agreement with Westminster Canterbury of the Blue Ridge. We provide lifetime care. We provide access to the care continuum. Every contract includes dining and special dietary support, transportation services, housekeeping and linen service, 24/7 emergency response, utilities, electric, water, sewer, phone, basic cable, and internet, groundskeeping, repairs and maintenance, storage and parking, activities, social events, and financial support through the fellowship program should anyone outlive their resources. So the point being, even our residential setting is a service-oriented, care-oriented environment for residents. If we could proceed to the next page, labeled attachment 1, it's a basic data comparison for Colonnade Retirement Village and WCBR. Again, Colonnade is a for-profit, private equity ownership, and a Sunrise Senior Living, very sophisticated multi-site operator. WCBR, we are a nonprofit single site. This gives a breakdown of the independent living cottages and apartments, similar in size, we're slightly larger, assisted living beds, memory care, nursing care beds, total units of 388 at WCBR as compared to Colonnade, 305. About the same split of care area residences, about the same total occupancy. We're on a similar footprint in terms of acreage. Again, we were first built in 1990, where Colonnade was built in 92. Resident head count, we have more couples than Colonnade, and this is our estimate of resident head count. Our property tax is $1.3 million on this parcel, whereas Colonnade is $481. You can see the premium. We are 2.7 times Colonnade. Are we a nicer property? Yes. Are we 2.7 times nicer? That's what I'm challenging today. Per unit, our property tax is about $3,400 per unit. Per resident, it's about $3,000, whereas per resident at Colonnade, it is under $14,000. Should move to attachment 2, please, which I gave a nice large, very handy separate sheet for attachment 2. This will be, I think, a good reference point as we go through the rest of today's presentation. These are our commercial buildings at the top. The first is the main building, and the only thing that got cut off on the side here are the card numbers, which really aren't that meaningful for us in this exhibit. What I'm showing here are the 2022, 2023, 2024 values by commercial building for cottages, and you can see the varying increases for real cost new, depreciation for each. And the numbers are up and down quite a bit, as you can see. In the right-hand columns, I've indicated the 2023 change over 22, the 2024 change, and the 2-year change in real cost new or value or depreciation, as the case may be. The Blue Ridge, the main building, the first building listed on our card for this 34-year-old building is listed as excellent. While we think it is very well maintained and a very nice building, to state that it is excellent, I think is unreasonable. The Blue Ridge building, built in 2003, is 21 years old. And here, the value has changed demonstrably. And on the Blue Ridge building, we would like to explore the depreciation on this building. As you can see to the graph on the side, this curve of depreciation, Blue Ridge is an outlier with the depreciation. Again, it is listed as excellent. All of our buildings in the county's website are listed as excellent. Our assisted living building and our nursing units, the next 2 buildings listed, were the subject of much discussion at last year's Board of Equalization meeting. Mr. Beard and Mr. Mayo were present in that meeting, and we did have adjustments to these 2 properties. Thank you for your consideration last year. But what has happened is that the assessor has taken the value of these buildings right back up to levels not only beyond last year's adjustments, but well beyond anything supportable. And so we are asking on assisted living and nursing for these values and adjustments to be reset comparable to last year's levels. The Pantops building is our newest building. Here we are questioning again, real cost new, the depreciation adjustments. While it is a very nice building, the elements of that building are not brand new. Our cottages in the past 2 years have had a demonstrable increase, a 38% increase to the cottage values in 2023, 36% overall. These are very economically challenged with the level of high operating cost, and I'll present a case for the economic external efficiencies depreciation. And I'll cover the land challenge shortly. You could please move to attachment 3. And you want to keep that attachment 2 handy as we get to computing and the changes. This next page, attachment 3, is a lifetime history of, not a lifetime history. It went back as far as I could go with the data available. It went back to 1996 between Colonnade and WCBR. Colonnade and WCBR, the improvements value between Colonnade and WCBR. And I graphed those over to the right, the dollar per square foot values, where in the early days, you can see we were very comparably aligned. WCBR is the orange line. Colonnade is a very nice, stable blue line. In the 2003, 2004 time frame is when the Blue Ridge building was built, and it was a transformative building. It's one of our larger apartment buildings, and it is a very nice building. There the lines diverge, and we have this premium for WCBR to Colonnade. As we added the Pantops building in the 2014 timeframe, 2014-15 timeframe, again, it spiked, but you would expect these lines to start coming back together. What is inexplicable is after several years, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, of a 45% premium. Westminster Canterbury to Colonnade at a 45% premium. Here in the last 2 years, it's gone to a 60% premium and a 66% premium, which we find unsupportable. If we were to value WCBR's improvements at the Colonnade dollar per square foot, our property would be valued $59 million less. We could please move to attachment 4, which is, again, summary of the assessment for improvements, showing what you observed on the preceding page with the graph. and the increases year over year. Colonnade has had an 8% increase in 2023 and only a 1.8% increase in 2024. In 2023, WCBR experienced an 18.4% increase. That's after a Board of Equalization adjustment, after a BOE adjustment last year, and a 5% increase this year. Our premium jumped from 47% to Colonnade to 60% to 66%. Our uniformity computation, which I submitted on the form some months ago, is essentially saying, take WCBR's 2022 assessment and please use the increases that were used for Colonnade to get to that 131.5 figure. The information at the bottom shows the ranking description. Across the board, our buildings are listed as excellent, where Colonnade is very good. The top shows the commercial buildings again, similar in name. Again, I've computed the dollar per square foot, and you can see that for our Pantops building, which is a very nice building, it's a very nice 10-year-old building, its value is $315 per square foot. If we can move to attachment 5, this is also a handy reference where you can see other categories of comparable properties. Assessed value 2022, 23, 24 changes. The improvements, the land, as we go across the page. The top category of properties, these are simply multifamily properties. Multifamily apartments, properties, all of them younger than Westminster Canterbury of the Blue Ridge, built in mostly the recent years, 2002, 6, 9, 2020, and 2023. These are located in the 22911 zip code, aside from one, which is just one exit away. There was great media in the prior year about multifamily increases going up 28% in the county. But notice in 2024, nearly across the board, the 2024 change for these multifamily properties was down anywhere from 12 to 20% for the most part. Improvements per square foot, not a one on this page, is at $315 a square foot, as is our Pantops building. A nonprofit senior living operator in the county, being the most highly assessed property in the county, Pantops building has a $315 per square foot assessment, where these very nice multifamily properties do not. And we have quite a bit of operating expense burden. You can see the year over year, the 2-year change in improvements in total assessment. The middle section on this table are essentially nursing homes. 52 of our beds, 52 of our residents are nursing home beds. And that category is sometimes referred to as the convalescent hospital category in the middle section. So that is a reference point for 52 of our residences. Finally, we get to the homes for the elderly, the largest section of comparables on the sheet. You can see Colonnade Retirement Village, Our Lady of Peace, which does enjoy tax exemption, being owned by the diocese, Catholic diocese. Branch Lands, Rosewood Village, Commonwealth Senior Living, our neighbor on Pantops, Morningside, Rosewood Village, Lodge at Old Trail, Linden House, The Blake, and Anthology. Some of these are quite new properties. Again, you can see no one comes close on the improvements over to the far right side, improvements dollar per square foot. No one is anywhere in the range of Westminster Canterbury, the Blue Ridge. And then finally, the subject property today highlighted in blue, our home for the elderly, Westminster Canterbury, the Blue Ridge. Again, stupendous increases year over year, outside of the range of anyone. The next item is a map of our campus. Should that come up, and you can place that to the side. I will next move to our land appeal, which is a package very similar to improvements. Two categories here to review with the land appeal, essentially. A comparable purchase of land and that's values of nearby land. So I have two different items to cover here. Westminster Canterbury has about 56 acres in the parcel we're discussing today. Did you find it? Are you good? Good. Westminster Canterbury has approximately 56 acres on the parcel that we are evaluating today. 38 acres of that has an $11.5 million assessment at $300,000 per acre. 17.5 acres are reserved as a natural area. The basis of our appeal is both fair market value and uniformity. The fair market value comparable is, you may refer to map 1 in this packet. Like to undo the statement that easier. Map 1 in this packet essentially looks like this. Green outline is the 56 acres of our campus. The internal orange outline in that map is the 17.5 acre nature preserve. The yellow parcels, the total of all the combined yellow parcels, 17 parcels, is about 50 acres, just over 50 acres. Westminster Canterbury of the Blue Ridge, through a subsidiary, WCBR Land Holdings Corporation, purchased the 50 acres in those 17 parcels just over a year ago, April of 2023. So that is the next door, as you can see, adjoining property where we purchased that. It was a competitive market that was listed by Bill May, ERA Realty. There were multiple bids on the property. It was a standard real estate transaction, and we were the successful bidder. The sale price was $6.25 million for 17 parcels, about 50 acres at $123,853 per acre. So that is the first comparable, whereas the bulk of our property is valued at $300,000 an acre. If you would please move to attachment 1A in this land packet. Where again, I have at the top, Westminster Canterbury's 38 acre parcel valued at $300,000 an acre. You can see the comparable, basically those 17 parcels, you can see the assessment from the county's website and the dollar per acre of the 50 acres on attachment 1A, where those are valued at about $84,000 per acre. And then I have another comparable just off the exit from 64 to 250 on Hantops, a Hanson's Mountain Road property, 1998 Hanson's Mountain Road. It's just under 38 acres. That is map 2. Map 2. Very nearby. Map 2, you can see the WCBR campus in green, the Hanson's Mountain Road property outlined in gold. It is literally short distance from our campus. I have included all of the county's information on the website about that Hanson's Mountain Road property, but essentially, if you see the value, it's valued at $72,000 per acre. $72,000 per acre. In this land packet, I have compared Westminster Canterbury to the Colonnade Retirement Community, and now I'm on attachment 2A. After all of the Hanson Mountain Road listing from the county's website, I'm on attachment 2A. Seems like all your pages are in a funny order. Sorry for that. They came to you in the same order that I'm following them. So I'm on attachment 2A, which looks like this.
Got it.
Okay. Westminster Canterbury, the Blue Ridge again are developed. You can see the comparisons here on the parcel level use code, home for the elderly, the size of the property, the very comparable in terms of the comp plan use, primary, secondary, land use primary, whether there are steep slopes, Westminster Canterbury's land is valued at $300,000 per acre, whereas Colonnade combined was at 181. I'm referring to attachment 2B, which hopefully is the back of that page, which looks like this. And again, this is a comparison between Colonnade Retirement Village, Westminster Canterbury, and the Blue Ridge. You can see the land value per acre from 1996 to 2014 or 15 jumped demonstrably, tracking nearly identically, overlapping for nearly 2 decades. And then in 2015-16, ours jumps quite a bit higher. I asked Mr. Lynch about this in the December meeting that we had, and his reply is, we don't have any documents or information regarding the land value change in 2016, and there's nothing further we can do regarding that request, which you have that as attachment 2C, the email between me and Mr. Lynch. And I actually went back and looked through our records at Westminster Canterbury, the Blue Ridge, and found this letter from Mr. Lynch where he had adjusted that land value up by over $2 million. And so I request adjustments on the land. Our analysis through a reconciled method of the comparable transaction from about 14 months ago, as well as the comparable properties, has a reconciled value of about $5 million lower than Mr. Lynch has assessed the property. So to recap all of this information and material, and I hope that was not frustrating for you trying to find pages, because I gave these to the assessor in a nice package. So I'm sorry if you were finding attachments and such. The summary of our appeal is for improvements. We are asking for the nursing and assisted living assessments to return to prior year. We are asking for Blue Ridge and main building to be reduced by $10 million. We are asking, Blue Ridge by 10 million. For the main building, a $1 million reduction, or Pantops, a $3 million reduction, and for cottages, 3.7. And I have a summary of those requests. For the land, we are asking for a $5 million reduction for the reasons I just outlined: comparable sale and the assessments of nearby properties. So this is essentially the summary of the request. Thank you. The main building, this is a 34-year-old building. We're asking that it be reduced from excellent, that you consider the functional and external obsolescence of this 34-year-old building, its physical depreciation. It is not a new building. The Marshall and Swift definition of excellent is that all items can normally be repaired or finished have recently been corrected, such as new roof, paint, furnace overhaul, state-of-the-art components within functional inadequacies, all of any kind, and major short-lived components in like new condition. Overall effective age has been substantially reduced upon a complete revitalization of the structure, regardless of the actual chronological age. It's not appropriate for our 34-year-old building. Do we maintain it? Yes. Is it nice? It's very nice. It would not fall into the category of excellent. Same with our Blue Ridge building, 21 years old. Again, reconsideration of this category is excellent. Use the colonnades increases since 2022. Consider the physical depreciation of this building, which has all original components. Assisted living and nursing, again, I recap for you. Essentially, please return this to the Board of Equalization's decision from last year. Pantops, it's a 10-year-old building. It's very nice and we maintain it. It has original components. It is not justifiable to have this building valued at $315 a square foot when you consider the burden of the economic investment we make in life care services healthcare services, and residential services. Cottages, finally, the external obsolescence here has to do with their non-severability. Our cottage residents are going to live in those cottages a long time. They can't be used for anything else other than life care. And we're requesting a $3.7 million reduction on the land. The facts support a $5 million reduction on the land. And this is our overall request. That's 30 minutes. Thank you for that time.
Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome.
Any questions before we hear from the assessor's office? I had a question on attachment 1A.
Yes.
The Hanson's Mountain Road parcel,
Yes.
is that number right for dollars per acre? I don't think the weighted average could be 74 if the two inputs were 84, 177 and 72, 432.
You're asking if the 72, 432 is correct?
That's right. See what I mean? It drags the weighted average almost all the way down, even though it's a smaller acreage.
So you're saying instead of these, well, it drags the acreage down. Yeah, the 84 times 50.
I guess the simplest way to check would be to just divide total value of the Hanson's Mountain Road parcel by the total acres.
So 74, 280, 262. I just did that quickly on a calculator. 78,000. Is that what you're saying? Essentially, it's a little higher than that.
I get 61,000.
61,000. I'm sorry, I'm trying to follow where we're.
Well, I mean, there's just a number here for dollar per acre.
Okay, dollar per acre. All right, so I get the 84 above. 2,303, 37, 75 divide. I'm sorry, you're right. That's 61,000 an acre. I apologize.
Okay.
61, yes. I get that.
Previously, you had said 72,
I was reading from the page.
72.
Yeah.
was it? No.
I mean, that's what I
And
was,
it's really 61.
61, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you for finding that. A lot of numbers.
Okay.
One other question.
Yes.
What did that property sell for? I'm having a time finding that on here.
The Hanson Mountain Road property, there are lots of transfers in this packet.
Right.
Let's see here. Sale history, I'm looking. Sale history was in 2011 for the Hanson Mountain Road property. That was then 1999. It's sold for $1.3 million. Previous owner Rural Land and Cattle Company to Richard Spurzum on January 5th, 1999, according to the county's. Hanson Mountain Road property is 1.3 million from a long time ago. The parcels that we purchased, 6.25 million for the 50 acres. 6.25 million for 50 acres, which is how we got to the.
So didn't it sell more recently than that in 2011? For 1.578 million.
Okay. Len, were you talking about some more recent purchase of?
No, I was talking about the Hanson Road.
All
property.
right. And at the sale date. 2011. Says a zero sale price on that one.
Sale date on 2011.
So that might, I don't know.
It's on page 13. No, sorry, 11, page 11. Oh, no, sorry, it's there's not a sale amount.
Yeah, I find the sale information on page 9 of the county's packet. Top of page 9, there was a sale date of 91. Looks like some kind of non-cash transfer within rural. 1999, it sold, rural sold to Spursum. And then in 2011, there's listed as a sale date from Spursum.
That was a transfer to his company.
Oh, that's why there's no price. So you're using that as a comp even from 1999?
I'm using the assessed value of that property.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. We're ready to hear from the assessor's office.
Okay, so. So the property is assessed by the cost approach. In order to remove any of the value that is attributable to the services that WCBR provides. So the cost approach is the most direct way to get to a market value of the real estate, a simple market. So in our cost approach, we use, for the marginal SWIFT valuation for what we refer to as the commercial buildings. They're the multi-family structures, home for the elderly structures, includes the assisted living, the nursing home, the common area, dining facilities, all of that. The cottage, what are referred to as cottages or duplexes or residential buildings, we use our valuation model for residential buildings. So that's how we determine the value in the first place. The land value is determined based on the fact that this property is not multifamily. It is superior to multifamily. It allows the assisted living and nursing home uses on top of the multifamily use, basically. If you look at what this is, it's a multifamily building that it's a multifamily plus. So the land value of a property is typically determined based on the how much you can use the land, the kind of the highest use of the land. While land for for building apartments would be at one level, and land for being able to have a nursing home or assisted living and basically commercial land is much higher. And what we are assessing this property as kind of a blend of those, where it's multifamily plus it allows that commercial use. So it is above and should be above what land would sell for apartments, because you couldn't build this on land that's just for apartments, on R15 land. So our values are based on that, the kind of the blending of those. You don't have land sales of CCRC properties to compare this to. So that would be the best option if you had comparable sales like that, but you don't. So you have the sales that are the more rigorous commercial property land, and then the multifamily land, and we're in between those.
What's the split in between?
It's a slightly higher percent or amount per acre than what those would be as multifamily. It's not a certain percentage.
Okay, so I'm hearing then that it's like closer to multifamily.
It's closer to multifamily, yes, yes. So, and I have on the screen, second. So this is actually back up. This is the property, Westminster Canterbury. This is the property, or at least most of these parcels next to Westminster, including the larger parcel in the back, is the land that was purchased from the Easter family. And we don't doubt that that WCBR won that, because they won that bidding war, maybe you might call it, because we think they paid way above what we would expect the property to be worth. And of course, it's because they want to expand into that area. that would be typical, you know, the neighboring property, if they want to expand, they would pay above what anybody else would. But it's an is it R2? R1 land, sorry. It's R1 land. It is far inferior in how much what you can do with it. It's already broken down into lots, and that's, you know, that density is really all you're going to do with this type of property, unless you get it rezoned. And we're not talking about that. We're assessing it based on the R1 zoning. So it is not a comparable to the WCBR property, which is multifamily plus. And this other parcel, which is owned by Mr. Spurzum, is zoned for, it's PDSC, so it's zoned for shopping centers, yet it is not a usable shopping center site, which is why after 26 years, he has not been able to build a shopping center on it. He even tried to downzone it to do something else with it, and the county wouldn't allow him to do it, is the information I have. And the whole problem is this intersection. And it's not even an intersection, actually. It's a one-way in and out on Hanson Mountain Road. And you can't put a shopping center in here, have all the traffic attributable to a shopping center. So this is not a comparable. If it was an actual shopping center site, the assessment would be much higher. It would be higher than WCBR's property because it would be based on commercial, the high level land. But it is so limited in the usability of this property that the assessment is much lower because of that. It reflects those difficulties with this parcel. This again is not an appropriate comparison to WCBR, which is developed, usable, doing very well, and you know, exactly as it's supposed to be used as.
Is it in the growth area, this parcel?
Yes, it is.
How about the one that they purchased?
Yes.
That's in the growth area as well.
Yeah, I believe all of actually I can,
Right.
yeah, I can actually turn that layer on to answer that question. But yeah, and I'll bring that up in a second, but I don't want to lose track of my thoughts so we don't go too far in time. So I do not believe that the analysis that's done by the applicant is appropriate at all. I mean, obviously, if this was an appraisal of this property using these comparables, that appraiser would most likely lose their license trying to use that type of comparable to determine a value of the subject. They're just totally apples and oranges. I'm going to switch over to Deb because Deb has an analysis of the comparison of the subject property, Westminster Canterbury, and the colonnades, and she wants to go through that. But we also believe that it is not a true, you know, it's not, you have to adjust these because of these differences in these properties, and she's going to explain why.
Are we still talking about the land?
We're talking about
land
actually
first
both
for you.
now, but we'll
Yeah.
talk about land first and then we'll switch to improvements.
So both properties are valued by the cost approach. Westminster Canterbury has 55.78 acres. Colonnades has 58.91 acres. Usable is 38.28 acres for Westminster Canterbury, 28 acres for the Colonnades. The remainder of the Colonnades parcel is assessed at 122,500 an acre because they have topography in the undeveloped area that makes it difficult to expand to. The 17.5 acres at Westminster Canterbury is restricted by the easement and is assessed at $15,000 per acre after an adjustment of minus 95% for the restriction. Both properties are zoned PRD, planned residential development. The application plan that's associated with Westminster Canterbury does not limit the density for the subject's development area, but rather provides parking calculations for the minimum number of spaces per unit required for any approved uses. The application plan that's associated with the Colonnades limits development to a total of 318 units, which consist of 220 independent living units, which include 40 cottages, and a max density of 3.74 dwelling units per acre.
54 nursing beds, and 44 assisted living beds. The facility currently has 309 units based on the most recent public filing with the Virginia Bureau of Insurance, which was dated June 3rd, 2023. The subject's land assessment has been equalized based on the development land sales, which we have summarized on page 5 of the county's presentation. The adjusted median base rate for these sales is $499,789 per acre. The assessed value of the subject land is $11,746,500. This is $210,586 per acre, or $30,274 per bed / unit. The assessed value of the colonnades land is $10,646,500. That's equivalent to $180,725 per acre, or $34,455 per bed unit. The land value for the colonnades would require adjustments for the differences based on the development density and capacity, and therefore cannot be compared directly to the subject. And that is the reason why the colonnades land is assessed at a lower rate than the subject property. For the commercial improvements, we did a presentation summary on page 6. There are 5 buildings. There's a summary on 4, and then it goes into detail on 5 and 6. Colonnades has 1 building. For both properties, we use Marshall Valuation Service. The costs were used as of October 23. These were the most recent costs available for the preparation of the 2024 assessment. The subject's commercial improvements were built between 1990 and 2013. Colonnades commercial improvements were constructed in 1991. The improvements for the Westminster Canterbury are Class D and Class B buildings. The construction quality is excellent, not the condition. The construction quality is excellent. The improvements for the colonnades, commercial building is a Class C building, very good quality construction. So there's evident differences in the quality of the construction. We have a depreciated replacement cost of the commercial buildings at the Westminster Canterbury of about $185 a square foot. The colonnades improvements replacement cost depreciated is about $125 per square foot. The variations in the construction class, the quality, and the effective ages of the structure results in differences in the typical building life and rates of depreciation. For the residential improvements for Westminster Canterbury, we have buildings 2 through 51 and 53 through 56. They're on page 7 of the county's presentation, followed by the residential improvements for the colonnades, which is buildings 2 through 41 on page 8. We use the residential evaluation model for these improvements for both properties. The subject properties were constructed between 1990 and 2017 and are grades B and B+2. The improvements for the colonnades were constructed in 1991 and consist of quality grade B-2. We've applied the same functional obsolescence of 10% for the lack of severability to the residential structures for both properties. In terms of building permits for the last 3 years, Westminster Canterbury has spent over $2 million in 2023, according to the work value permits filed with the county. In 2022, it was $2.37 million, and in 2021, it was $3.095 million. In comparison, the colonnades has spent in 2023, $852, in 2022, $392,787, and in 2021, the work value of permits was $511,973. The assessed value of the subject's residential improvements is about $175 per square foot, and the residential improvements for the colonnades are about $148 per square foot. Again, the construction cost and the value of the subject's residential improvements is superior compared to the colonnades.
So I have a few more comments, and actually I can answer your question. These are the comprehensive plan layers. So this green area is neighborhood density residential.
Urban.
No, this is the neighborhood.
Oh, neighborhood, yeah.
This kind of pink is urban density, a little section of that, of this parcel, but this is the one comparable, and this is the other one. So you've got a combination of green space, neighborhood, neighborhood and urban and parks on this one, and then also green space on that one. So that's just the county's long-term plan
Idea.
for aiming, if a request is made, this is the direction the county would like to go. So does that answer your question, Mr. Mayor? I also want to point out several times in the applicant's presentation, she mentioned nonprofit versus for-profit. The ownership of the property really has nothing to do with the value of the property, unless it makes it exempt, which this ownership does not. So it doesn't matter if one is for-profit or not. So that should have no bearing on that. The reference was made to excellent condition. However, we are not valuing this property as excellent condition. We are valuing it as excellent quality. And quite often, quality and condition get confused, but quality is the quality of construction. So these buildings were built with very high quality of construction. They're excellent. The condition and the definition that she read was a definition of the condition. We are depreciating these buildings based on their age, and they have been very well maintained. So we're actually not depreciating them less because of that. We're still depreciating them based on their age and condition, but not as excellent condition. So I want to make it clear because it's quite often confused. We're not saying these are excellent condition. We're saying they're excellent quality. We are depreciating them based on their actual condition, which is good, based on all of the work that has been done to update them. We've provided information that shows the difference between how little the Colonnades has done to work on their property to update it, and the huge amount of money that has been spent on Westminster Canterbury to keep it up to date, to keep it fresh and new, and so that the residents come in, will get what they want. So those are huge differences between these properties. The year built originally, the year built of Colonnades, it was built then, the whole thing. The Westminster Canterbury was built over several decades and is not the same as a property in its entirety as a property built in 1990. In combination with the fact that it was built in stages over those decades, it had a lot of money put into it to keep it up to date and well functioning, and turning over units that had functional problems. They might have been smaller units that are combined two units to make them one. So all of that work is done constantly, and they continue to spend a lot of money on this property to keep it up. So that's why there are big differences between the Colonnades and this property. It has no bearing on for-profit or non-profit. It has no bearing on supposedly us calling it excellent condition. It's that this property is in very good condition and it's very high quality, and we are using the Marshall valuation, both the cost and the depreciation, as it should be used for this property based on what it actually is. And that comes up with a fee simple market value for the property that has that doesn't include any of the other, value of what is being included, the services that are being included there. I also wanted to point out the applicant had provided last year an appraisal from 2022. We had provided an appraisal from 2023. There's a huge difference between those appraisals. They try to take into account that, what's the value of this whole thing with all the services, and then let's back out and get back to real estate by doing both an income approach to do that and then a cost approach. But neither of those appraisals were anywhere near $5 million for the land for this property. It was more than $10 million for the appraisal that was presented by the applicant. Our appraiser had a $9.7 million. We are just over 11, and we feel that our value is appropriate. So any kind of talk of, or any kind of consideration of these adjacent properties assessments as being applicable to the subject is irrelevant. Deb, do you have anything to add? Oh, sorry, before you go, prior year changes are irrelevant in this conversation, or we're just determining market value as of 2024.
You mean how much it went up?
How much it went up
So
from year to
I
year.
do have a question that, since I wasn't on the board last year, I don't know what happened, but it looks like some reduction or some adjustment was made.
Yes,
And those changes were not carried forward to the next year.
some were and some were not. Or some were, and I'm not sure exactly what all of those changes were. There's also a change for the next year. So the reassessment would also include an increase because of the increased costs of included in the market, the cost approach. The main thing I remember is that we had removed the 10% on each of the cottages, 10% reduction on each of the cottages for separability. We didn't think it applied to this property. The board put that 10% back on. I believe they also adjusted the.
Those are 10% on this year or not?
The 10% is on this year.
It is on.
It is.
Maybe you can shed some light on what the board did last year.
The board last year changed the assisted living and nursing buildings. And on this large sheet that I handed out, you can see the very significant change in the depreciation in 2023 number. The depreciation for the assisted living building went up 109%. And for the nursing building went up 112%. In recent email correspondence with Mr. Lynch, he confirmed that the changes of the BOE last year were on buildings 53, the assisted living building and the nursing building, 53 and 54, 63 and 64. Those two buildings had the BOE adjustment last year. In fact, when I asked Mr. Lynch about adjustments to the cottages, he recently explained to me that no change was made to the cottage. You can see it went from $14.7 million on the cottages. It went to 20.3. There was no reduction on the cottages last year, and he maintained it at $20 million. And so the cottages have jumped demonstrably 38% in 2023. Slight decrease in 2024. BOE's change last year was applied by Mr. Lynch's team to the assisted living and nursing buildings. We're asking for the cottages to be fairly valued because they do have this non-severability. And in years past, Mr. Lynch explained that he'd used a 20% non-severability adjustment on cottages.
How much?
20%. He removed that. And so they've jumped to $20 million for 2 years. Last year's BOE adjustment was applied to assisted living and nursing.
So last year, the BOE applied 10% to the cottages. So I don't have the calculation in front of me, but that happened on top of the assisted living and nursing. So we definitely included 10% on the cottages.
This year.
Well, this year, yes.
Yeah.
Last year, the BOE applied, the calculation the BOE based their change on included the 10% on the cottage.
And that 10% exists and was applied in 2024.
Yeah,
That is
it's
correct.
on page 7 of our summary of residential building value, you can see the functional obsolescence at 10% applied to each cottage.
The functional obsolescence, is that what that's?
That's where we put it.
That's what you put it under?
Yes.
Okay.
Anyone have any further questions for the assessor's office before we hear rebuttal? Okay.
And remind me how much time I have for rebuttal.
I think it would typically be 6 minutes, but I think everyone's got a little extra time, so maybe we'll say 10.
Thank you. Please have this handy and please have our summary of requests. Our question essentially on improvements is what has changed? What has changed between Colonnade and Westminster Canterbury, the Blue Ridge? Very comparable communities, similar age, similar size, steady state operations. And in the past 2 years, the assessor has ramped up the premium on our property, all of our improvements, our commercial buildings and our residential buildings, where we were maintaining a 42 to 47% premium to colonnades. It is now 60% premium last year, 66% premium this year. Why the change? What has changed? Mr. Lynch refers to building permits that we submit, numbers associated with turnover renovations on independent living units. That's all that is. When we have residents move through the care continuum and we have to renovate an apartment or a cottage, some of those renovations require electrical or plumbing work, or, moving a wall or making it a more modern flow. And we submit a building permit with the county. And those estimates around the projects are simply that, estimates around the project cost for renovations of turning independent living units, which is part of our business model with movement through the care continuum. As folks move from independent living to care areas. It is not indicating changes and renovations and updates and upgrades to common area spaces, elevators, roofs, exterior finishes, doors, windows, transformers, electrical components, lights, those common spaces, all of the building core is not reflected in those figures. It's essentially turnover renovations of furniture, fixtures and equipment in independent living units.
Can I ask a
Yes.
question about that? Let's look at the 2023 permit, ending in 690 P, other plumbing, $350,000. What could that possibly have been? It's like a turnover fix.
Repeat again the amount in the year.
$350,094 in 2023. That just doesn't seem like a turnover number.
Is there
to me.
more information on the,
No,
I
that's all.
don't have a stack of building permits with me. I will say we have done some finishes and touches in our health center, which is a 34-year-old setting, where we have 8-foot ceilings, we have PPAC units, we have small rooms, we have a lot of functional and external obsolescence and economic inefficiencies. We've replaced some carpet and light and kitchen and dining area refreshes of that 34-year-old health center. So that would have been more than a turnover of an apartment. Were there any other building permits that you were?
There's another for 215,000 in 2023, it's titled addition or alteration, any type of dwelling. I'm guessing that was a cottage.
It could be, it would have to have been a pretty substantial one. We did have we did have one of our hillside cottages where we restored a garage and it needed a full overhaul. So it is not uncommon for a unit, especially a cottage, to approach $200,000 per year. So it's a matter of continuing to invest in the same spaces and freshen them, where someone may have occupied a cottage for 20 years. So we're continuing to reinvest in the same spaces for new residents.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
It is,
I'm sorry, the
I was-
$215,000 one is renovation of the interior of the cottage consisting of recessed lighting, tiled showers, and enlarging kitchen entrance and creating an opening from the living room.
Got it.
That's the note from the permit.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have it on a 351?
Can you look at this?
Other plumbing?
2969, the other plumbing.
2969.
while they look for that, I will continue the rebuttal. The assisted living and nursing increases this year are completely unsupportable. For our main building, this is a 34-year-old building with many limitations in terms of the sizes of the apartments, the level of the ceilings, the use of PTAC units, its dated design, smaller undesirable window openings, that it overlooks a loading dock and dumpsters, et cetera. There are a number of external economic inefficiencies and functional obsolescences. The Blue Ridge building has had an enormous increase in real costs. New, its depreciation is offline with other buildings. Again, why the change for Westminster Canterbury, where in recent years we had tracked very similarly with premium to Colonnade, and now there has been a change in the value. For our Pantops building, there is no support for $315 per square foot on the value of this building. It's newer, yes. Is it a nice building? Yes, it's a very nice building. Its value is too high. For the cottages, these cottages increased from 14, same number of cottages, same operating mode, increased from $14 million to $20 million last year and stayed at that level, which is unsupportable. As to the land value, couldn't quite follow Mr. Lynch's explanation, where sometimes he was using the zoning as support for why it was assessed the way it was, and then at other times discounting the zoning for the land. The fact is, inexplicably, our land value increased in 2016, and I don't have any support as to why. We don't have a good explanation as for why. As to the appraisal, Mr. Lynch referred to that appraisal expert of the counties used entrepreneurial incentive and other soft costs and other added elements of value, which again, if Mr. Lynch is going to use the cost approach, then I think those are not applicable. So Westminster Canterbury of the Blue Ridge, again, as the most highly assessed property in the county with the mission to care for our residents, we expect to pay our property taxes at a fair level. Thank you for your time today. I'm happy to answer questions. I know I presented a lot of information for your consideration. And in summary, this sheet is really the series of our valuation, the ranges of our valuation suggestions. And I'm happy to answer questions. Thank you.
So could you respond directly to the assessor's office's sort of points about why the Colonnade is not a comparable property in terms of the improvements?
Well, the Colonnade community certainly has made investments and improvements since its founding. But my job here is not to increase the assessment for the Colonnades, it's to reduce the assessments for Westminster Canterbury of the Blue Ridge. It is a 4-level of care community. Their contract is structured a little bit differently, but for someone who chooses to live decades at the Colonnades, that option is available for them. Moving through the care continuum is available for them. As to the Marshall and Swift and cost approach explanations for that Mr. Lynch provided, it seems in studying the history of his own work, which is what I have to refer on. My strength is being able to analyze the data. We had maintained a very stable premium to the Colonnades at about 45 to 47% premium to Colonnades. And something has changed in recent years. We've made no substantial significant investments. Both communities are stabilized. It is the most comparable property in terms of its use, with 4 levels of care, very similarly sized, very much in similar proximity to the core of Charlottesville, similar number of residents, very desirable properties, lots of comparables. Are we a nicer property? Yes. Is there a reason for why it would suddenly become nicer and nicer over the past 2 years? That's unsupportable.
Well, I mean, I think I would predict the assessor's office would say, the reason that your property has become nicer and nicer over the past 2 or 3 years is the millions of dollars you've spent improving it. As compared to the colonnades, which didn't spend that amount, right?
Didn't report that amount. Didn't report that amount.
You should.
Didn't.
So I think you've done a good job of identifying ways in which the properties are similar, but I still don't understand what your response is to the assessor's office when they say this property was built in 1990, yours has been built in pieces, with most of it being built far more frequently than that, or having been built far more recently than that.
The average age of our property, both cottages and the commercial buildings, is 24 years old. It's not that new. In terms of how our buildings are suffering from age, even though we do a good job to maintain them, I have information here, and I also have information in the accompanying page. Thank you. It describes the burden of the life care operation. The first page here describes the year built, and it gives challenges for each of these buildings. The Monticello apartment building, which is the main building and the oldest. I won't read all of this to you, but I will select. You know, it was predominantly a 1-bedroom unit apartment building. Some units have no laundry, no assigned parking. It is commercially a challenging building. We've tried to combine units, but there are things we can't overcome. 8-foot ceilings, the fact that it has PTAC, heating and cooling units. It's dated. Stick frame constructions, non-concrete floors. Doesn't have sound insulation. As we move to the health center and Vista buildings, you can see the challenges there as well. 8-foot ceilings, PTAC heating and cooling. No ability to combine those healthcare rooms, which are small. Catered living, again, small rooms, very, very limited options to combine. The dining setup in catered living is operationally difficult on three small dining rooms. So these are economic challenges that we're up against. These are not new buildings. These are not new buildings. Our Blue Ridge apartment building, it's a very nice apartment building, but it has all original equipment. Its depreciation assignment is off the curve with everything else. It has original common space, roof, gutters, HVAC, full elevators, lighting, transformers, doors, and windows. And again, the Pantops apartments at a premium to anything, multifamily or otherwise. The next page shares with you the burden of life care and the high operating costs. The assessor appropriately noted in using the cost approach that adjustment needs to be made for what's our model of care, and then how much of what we do you assign to the real estate. We're trying to value the real estate, the land and the improvements. And regardless of the broader community and operation of our organization, we have significant liabilities on our balance sheet for life care. We have substantial operating expense. For every 10 units we have at Westminster Canterbury, the Blue Ridge, we employ 7 people to maintain them when you think of the ratio of units to the number of FTEs that we have. And so it's a significant operating cost. And because we are a very nice community, our staffing levels are higher, our nurse to resident ratio is higher, our information technology support is higher, our facility support is higher, we have transportation available to residents, we have 24/7 guest services, we staff 3 people on security and guest services, and so we do offer excellent care, excellent life care at Westminster Canterbury, that Blue Ridge, and a lot of that is because of who we are and what we do. It's not driven by the real estate. And our job today is to speak of the improvements and the land and try to assign a value to that. Is it a complex property? Absolutely. And then finally, if you turn to the last page of this packet I just handed to you, these are the cottage townhomes. The Jefferson cottages, 34 years old, have Vinyl siding, no garages, colonial style, you know, they're somewhat dated. We had to invest in a different outside look. Compartmentalized floor plans, they're small, typically very small. The hillsides, you know, some of these cottages are in varying stages of having generator backup or no generator backup when built, and so we've had challenges there. We do suffer, I should say suffer, we experience lower demand for cottages. More of our residents are looking to be in an apartment, to be under roof, to be connected to the core of the community. And cottages likewise have extremely high operating costs. Nothing about a cottage is scalable. We have very much higher utility costs, groundskeeping, repairs, emergency response, the life safety systems in cottages, much more of an investment. Transportation, because people are in cottages, our inclement weather mitigation, et cetera. Higher renovation costs, as we discussed with the example of one building permit, which is essentially to turn over a cottage and prepare for a new resident. And greater likelihood that it ties up multiple units because of requests for internal moves. If we were to expand today, we wouldn't add cottages because it's just that difficult. So hope I answered your question.
Okay. Thank you. Does anyone else have?
I have a question.
Yes.
One of the points of comparison between you all and the colonnades is the construction quality and condition. Do you agree that the construction quality is excellent?
It
At
depends
your
on the building.
facility?
It depends on the building. Depends on the building. I mean, I described for you our Monticello building, our health center building. These are stick frame construction, non-concrete floors. When you walk on the floor of an elevated, you know, a second or third floor, they give poor sound insulation in some cases. Our Pantops building is steel, and concrete. Blue Ridge is good construction.
So you're talking about building one.
Building one in the main
So
building.
you have that ranked as D. What does that? Pete, what is,
Oh, D is a frame building instead of a concrete
okay,
construction.
okay.
Is that the only frame building?
Correct.
You had that depreciated 55%.
That is correct.
So that building one actually went down by approximately $4 million, but you want another $1 million down?
Again, the understanding there was with the information I had available and the deficiencies that I have described. It is a challenging building. The cards that I have access to, the information shared with the county, from the county, and the fact that, you know, it's quite a bit higher than where it was in 2022. That's what I'm questioning. A 22%, you know, real cost new increase last year, a 14% value change in 2 years. That's what I'm questioning. 2022, up and down the line, where this entire assessment was 131 million. That was much more in line with Westminster Canterbury's understanding of value for our properties. And it was, again, very much in line with a very consistent premium that we had to the colonnades. I'm not disputing we're a nicer property than the colonnades. For having increased to a 60% premium last year, a 66% premium with no basis for that substantive change is what I am questioning. And so for all of these, if we're looking at the 2022 column, with obviously annual increases I know occur, but the 2022 column is very much in line with our understanding of value property.
Any further questions? Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you, my pleasure.
I think we have another presentation start at 12:45. I think maybe we're gonna have to bump them back a little bit. So that we can take a break.
Mr. Edelman.
Yes. So, yeah, what is your choice to do lunch now, to lunch break now, or? I can't imagine it's gonna be any less of a problem at the end of this.
Yeah, I mean, we gotta deliberate also on this one, which I expect to take longer than usual. My thinking would be that we should take about a 15-minute break and quickly eat lunch and then resume the presentations. Yeah, what do you all think?
That's fine.
We're gonna have to deliberate on this at the end. 5 minutes. Is there a motion?
Great.
We can,
Yeah, I don't think you actually need a motion. You can certainly do that if you want.
okay, let's break for lunch and then we'll deliberate on this one when we have finished the other presentations. And that way we don't disrupt everybody else's schedule too badly.
Okay, the last four are all the same tax rep and they're all the same issues, so I'm assuming that's not gonna take the full 2 hours that there's a sign for those 4 properties.
And he wants it earlier.
And he wants to leave earlier. So you will have time at the end.
Okay, that sounds good.
All right, I'm gonna pause the recording.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Got it. Recording is ready.
Okay, so we are back in session and ready to hear the presentation from applicant for Board of Equalization application number 36, WIAL LLC for 1250 Branchlands Drive. Can I swear you in, sir?
Yes.
If you raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony, both oral and documentary, which you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you, sir. So you'll have a 10-minute period to present your case. There will be a 7-minute response from the assessor's office, and then you'll have 3 minutes to reply or rebuttal.
My name is Graham Edelman. I am a resident of Albemarle County. I live in Boonesville. I'm the owner of a company, LLC, called Cambridge Healthcare Holdings. Cambridge Healthcare Holdings has 2 subsidiaries that do business in Albemarle County. One is WIAL that I'll talk about first. It is the owner of a 0.97 acre lot in Branchlands Retirement Village. In 2018, we built a 82 unit assisted living and memory care community on that lot in Branchlands. And through, as part of Cambridge Healthcare Holdings, we also operate the facility. The other subsidiary that we're going to talk about today is WHSB, and it owns 5 lots adjacent to the WIL lot that owns 5 lots in Branchlands. In, I believe it was the mid-1990s, a 69 unit senior independent living community was built on those properties called Branchlands Senior Independent Living. And so those lots and that community is owned by WHSP and operated by another part of Cambridge Healthcare Holdings. So I'm here today representing both of those subsidiaries. And I'm happy to go WIL and then WHSP, or we can pause and discuss WIL, whatever you prefer.
I think if you were, first of all, I want to say we appreciate very much your willingness to wait while we try to get back on schedule. And then so that we can get everyone closer at least to their start time. And you were, if you were willing, I think we'd ask you to do the presentations for both. And then we can have a rebuttal from both on the assessor's office and then back to you. Does that work?
Sure.
It might save us a few minutes and just be a courtesy to everyone after.
Yeah, I prefer that actually, so. Very good. Excuse me. So in between the time that we filed our application for appeal on both assessments for both properties, the tax assessor's office issued a revised assessment for both. And that has somewhat changed our positions on appeal. Primarily with regard to WIL, we no longer contest or have a difference of opinion with the tax assessor regarding the assessed value, 2024 assessed value of the improvements. That is Linden House, assisted living and memory care. However, we as part of that revised assessment, the tax assessor's office increased the assessed value of the lot where Linden House was built. And that's a 0.97 acre lot. The 2023 assessment is apparently inaccurate and is really not relevant for purposes of this discussion, I think. In 2022, the lot was valued at $470,000. In 2024, according to the revised assessment, it is worth $840,700. That is a $370,000 increase, a 79% increase over the 2022 value. In our opinion, the best comparables for the value of that lot are the adjoining lots, which were purchased at the same time as the WIL lot. There are 5 of them. They're all used for the same thing, which is housing for seniors who are independent or requiring assisted living services or for memory care. On a per acre basis, the 2024 assessment values that 0.97 acre lot at just for apples and apples comparisons, values it at $867,000 per acre. The 5 adjoining lots that we own, and we are not contesting the value of their assessments in 2024. Those 5 adjoining lots, the average assessed value on a per acre equivalent basis is $595,000. So adjusting that $595,000, if you accepted that that was an appropriate value for the Linden House, the WIL lot, adjusting that for.
Let me ask you a question, Mr. Edelman. I just want to make sure I'm following your argument. In your letter of March 27th, 2024, in bullet point 1, you say this application does not seek to appeal the assessed value of the land claims to improvements were constructed. I'm hearing you talk quite a bit about the land value. And is that statement accurate, or are you?
Yeah, at the time that I filed that, as I mentioned, there was a revision to the assessment. At the time, the assessed value, which was incorrect, was I think $180,000. So obviously we were happy with that, but the error was caught, and the assessment was revised to $840,000.
I understand. So was that caught as part of your review process?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Lynch? Okay. Is there an objection to Mr. Edelman in light of the way in which that change was made, lumping in the land?
Obviously, the assessment changed since he had first applied, so I have no objection to his arguments changing.
Okay, understood. So then we will consider that, even though typically we would have circumscribed the scope of the appeal to the improvement piece based on the letter from the applicant, but we'll consider the letter. We'll not consider that part of the letter, and we'll address the land and the improvement value.
I ask that you never restrict it to what the tries to restrict the question to, that it should always be all components. That the applicant does not have, in my view, the ability just to appeal the land or the improvement values. It is, and then we've discussed this before, the total value is, this is an improved property. That's what we're striving for and we want to be correct. And both of those are components of that.
Understood. I think for the purposes of narrowing the scope of the dispute, it can sometimes be helpful to set one aside and look at them at least in turn, but I understand what you're asking. Okay, please proceed.
Okay. So I'm really sort of at toward the end here of my presentation of WIAL. In our opinion, appropriate value for the WIL property is comparable to the values of the properties that adjoin it that are used for the same thing, the same purposes. And we believe that that is $577,000. And that is what we're prepared to agree to. With your permission, I'll move on to WHSB, or we can discuss that.
You're asking for the increase to be 577.
Will be increased to 577 rather than 840,700.
Okay. And is there any request as to how that would be allocated across land and improvements?
No, that is, the value of the improvements is, I believe, nine. Gosh, no, I'm sorry. Yeah, so, no, that's a totally separate issue. I'm just talking about the land value, which was initially incorrectly assessed at 180 or so thousand. In 2022, it was correctly assessed at 470,000. In 2024, it increased to 840,000.
Okay. So the 180, 900 you agree was incorrect. You're saying that 2022 is closer to correct, but what you're actually asking for is 577.
Yes, we agree that an increase is appropriate. We just feel that it should be commensurate with the values of the adjoining properties that we own and operate.
Okay.
There's nothing that I know of that's particularly special about the Linden House line. With regard to WHSB, which is the owner of Branchland Senior Independent Living, 69 apartments. Although it is multifamily, zoned as and used as multifamily, we provide, as you may have heard, it sounds like the prior appellant in his chair. We also provide meals, housekeeping services, transportation, emergency alert service and housekeeping there. So the rents that we charge cover all of those things. There's no separate charge for those. It's all inclusive. We are not appealing, WHSB is not appealing the land value assessed for 2024 for its 5 lots. We are appealing the assessed value of the improvements, and there are 2 grounds for the appeal. The first relates to what appears to us to be an anomaly in the way in which net operating income was calculated for 2024 versus the 5 preceding years. And the result of that anomaly was to increase the value, was to increase the net operating income in 2024 from what it would have been had the same methodology been used in the prior years. And the result of that increase was to raise the value of the improvements by $1,430,000. If that is an error in the calculation, And we understand and we would hope that the value be reduced accordingly. If it is not an error, we would at least like to understand why there was a departure from the methodology that had been used in the previous 5 years.
Okay.
The second ground for appeal relates to the omission in the calculation of net operating income of certain actual operating expenses that are incurred in the business and have been always incurred. And I believe that there may be some misunderstanding in how NOI is calculated, perhaps on my part with the tax assessor. But in my experience and based upon my discussions with brokers in this area and properties that I've purchased over the years and sold over the years for senior living, I don't understand the calculation of NOI having omitted the salary of the person who actually runs the community and to clerical employees, at least a portion of their salaries that is attributable to everything from billing tenants for rent, preparing financial reports, paying vendors, taking care of banking, payroll. Without those people, none of the employees that work there would get paid. Their services are essential, and we don't know why they've been omitted. It turns out that they've been factored in some other manner. It is obvious to me. Then I'm certainly happy to discuss that and be educated. But had those costs been included and not subtracted from NOI, the NOI would have been reduced by about $191,000. And using the cap rate for this property, which we do not contest, that was used by the tax assessor of 7.604%. That translates, I believe, into about a $2.5 million reduction in assessed value. So again, there are two bases for the appeal. One has to do with the calculation of NOI, and the other one has to do with the method in which NOI was calculated, not using actual expenses, and instead using another number, which we're not quite sure how it was calculated. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer your questions.
Okay. Any questions? Hear from the assessor's office.
Thank you. So starting, Ben is going to go through, and I want to just make it clear that these properties, the assisted living property is a separate property. The 5 parcels that are apartments, the senior apartments. So we do a cost approach on the assisted living property. We do an income approach on the 5 parcels together as one kind of economic unit. So she's going to go through those separately and explain how we develop. I do want to say, so we just discussed this in the prior hearing, where multifamily land is a certain level and assisted living, nursing home land, that land that would support that is basically commercial land and at a much higher level. So in that case, we were looking at something in between because it's a blend. Now this property is an assisted living property. It's assessed, the land is commercial land. It's adjusted for its location. It's on the Route 29 artery grouping, but its location away from that, we reduce that 50%. The same as we do as other properties that are commercial in that same area. The properties next door are multifamily and they're assessed as multifamily land.
There's no,
So they're lower.
there's no assisted living services in the other parcels.
No, the services are, include what we do on the other parcels, but we also provide, assistance with what are called the activities of daily living, so-called ADLs. People who need assistance with activities of daily living are suitable for Linden House. They are not for Branchlands independent living. Those folks are more independent.
And so the apartments are independent living. And they're basically, they're senior, but they're senior apartments. So we have a land value on those 5 parcels that's based on multifamily land, which is lower than the land that's, for a commercial improvement, which is an assisted living. And now the zoning on all of this is planned unit development. But planned unit development, just like some of the other planned development zonings, are basically, this section is for this equivalent to commercial assisted living. This area is equivalent to to multifamily. So that's, you don't see it directly in the zoning unless you look at the actual plan that allows what's developed. But they are different. And I wanted to point out, and this is kind of to the argument of, the applicant cannot decide which part of the value is appropriate. So what Mr. Edelman said was, we originally had a value of 180,000 on the land on the assisted living. They were fine with that because it wasn't too high. But what our goal here, and what your goal is, obviously, is to determine the market value of the property. Is it correct? So when we made that correction from 180 to the new land value, 847,000, that was to correct that value. And so it's not up to Mr. Edelman to decide that it wasn't worth fighting for because it's to his advantage, but now it is worth fighting for because it's not to his, or because it's against him. So that's just my overall argument of, you have to consider everything. We wouldn't ignore one part of the value, especially in the cost approach, because it's included. You have to add the cost of the building to the land. It's very important in that sense. It's probably less important to the overall in an income approach because you're coming up with the total and subtracting the land to get the improvement. So that aside, I think it's very important that we consider all parts of it.
How old is this building?
2015.
The Linden House, WIL's property was built in 2018. The Branchlands buildings, and there are several, were built in the 90s, 95, I think.
So Deb is going to go through and she's going to summarize basically the cost approach and the way we set up the assisted living property. Then she's going to go through the income approach for the apartments. And she will explain the difference that Mr. Edelman is talking about when it comes to the management fee, which is where this cost is reported that he refers to. And we've had conversations about management fees before. So I think this will kind of make sense to you when you talk about it.
May I respond very briefly, Peter, to a point, excuse me, Mr. Mayo, to a point that Peter made, just for clarification.
Sure.
Yeah, my concern was Peter was going from 470,000 to 800 and some thousand, rather than 180, because I recognize that the 180 was a mistake. The comparability, I would say, the land, the WIL, the Linden House, assisted living land, was valued at $470,000 from the time that it was built. So that's part of the reason that I acknowledge that an increase would be appropriate. the values of the value of the Linden House property relative to the independent living properties. The relationship between those values, having gone to 840,000, is way out of whack from what it was for the previous 5 years.
Thank you, Mr. Edelman.
Okay, we're going to discuss the Linden House Assisted Living and Memory Care Facility first, located at 1250 Branchlands Drive. Our approach is the calculator cost methodology for the cost approach based on Marshall Valuation Service. We used costs as of October 2023. They were the most current available at the time of the 2024 reassessment. This is a Class A building. It's good quality construction. We have taken 4 of the 5 stories at full cost. The ground level includes a laundry area, and we've adjusted the entire ground floor to a semi-finished basement to recognize the level of finish associated with the laundry area. The effective age of the building is 6 years. It was built in 2018, and that is also the actual age. The total depreciation is 4% based on the physical depreciation schedule that we refer to in section 97 of Marshall Valuation Service for this property type and classification. Replacement cost new, less depreciation is $18,816,700, which is just slightly higher than the building permit was in 2018. Page 3, we have just the calculation, the reference to the depreciation, and section 1 is the 4 or 5 story. Section 2 is the semi-finished basement. There are no additional site improvements associated with the parcel, so I'll just go to the land. We have a 9.65 acres or 42,035 square feet. It's located in the Route 29 business corridor artery. The subject's land value has been equalized based on recent sales of parcels located in the same assessing district. They're included on page 7 of our presentation. The median adjusted base rate for the sales is $39.89 per square foot. Base rate for land in this district for commercial land has been equalized at $40 per square foot. Then we've made appropriate location adjustments for location, as well as, just location, sorry. And we've looked at the location is a 0.5, so minus 50% for the location adjustment. There's 2 other properties that are assisted living, one to the north, which is the Lady of Peace, and that's got a adjustment of multiplier of 45%. And the one to the south at the corner of Greenbrier has got an adjustment of a multiplier of 70 or an adjustment of 30% for location. So as you move down the Hillsdale Drive corridor and you get closer to the Greenbrier Road intersection, the location adjustment is reduced. So if you take 42,035 square feet times the $40 per square foot times a 50% location multiplier, we have a total land value of $840,700. When you add that to the depreciated improvements, which are assessed at $18,816,700, we have a total value concluded by the cost approach of $19,657,400.
Okay.
Do you want me to go on for the
Any questions on the?
Yeah, I have a question. We're gonna say last year was a mistake, 23, and 22 was it assessed using the same methodology?
You're talking about the land?
The land.
Yes, the land. I'm just curious of the increase.
I will have to look that up.
Anything else?
Should I continue that?
How long do you think it'll take me?
How long will it take for me to find it? Yeah, if she can go on and I
Go
can.
on.
Great, thank you. Okay. This is appeal number 37. which is WHSB LLC. It's the Manor House Independent Living at Branchlands. It's a 69-unit senior independent living facility. It's located on a total of 5 parcels of land with 2.901 acres. It's also located in the Branchlands Retirement Village, which was a planned unit development. The original manor house was constructed circa 1800s. The whole trust house was constructed in 1988 and expanded in 1999, and the Sargent House was built in 1997. There are closed connectors that provide access between the manor house and the apartment units. Both buildings are handicapped accessible. They have elevator service, and it's my understanding that 1 meal per day is provided for the residents. In the manor house, the administrative offices, dining area, commercial kitchen, and common areas are located. The assessed value of the combined parcels is 11,149,400 effective January 1, 2024. Page 2 and page 3 give the individual parcels and their assessment history, and that's what they total. We used the income approach for this property type. It's a multifamily property. The 2024 apartment assessment model uses a management fee of 4% of effective gross income. We applied this to all multifamily properties. However, we considered the smaller number of units of 69 at the subject property and increased the management fee to 6%. Since the 2022 assessment, a reported higher than normal vacancy for each year due to residents moving apparently from the subject independent living facility to the adjacent assisted living facility. So we've also applied an extraordinary or high vacancy to value the subject property, to take into consideration the actual vacancy. On page 4 is the apartment assessment worksheet. In page 5, I can go over the income. For 2022, the subject revenue was reported at $2,045,463. They had a vacancy at year end of 33.3%. So we've taken the reported revenue, grossed it up to 100% of potential, and then applied a vacancy, extraordinary vacancy and collection loss of 27.25%. So after deducting the vacancy and collection loss, we have an effective gross income of $2,230,775, or approximately $32,330 per unit. The expenses for that were reported for the subject property with the exception of the management fee, which has been reduced to 6%, which is 2% above the rest of the multifamily properties. And real estate taxes have been excluded because they're loaded in the cap rate. This is a multifamily property, so we load the real estate taxes in the cap rate. Replacement reserves have been estimated at 425 per unit, and the estimated effective year bill weighted average is 1997. Net operating income for the property is concluded at 847,803 after deducting the replacement reserves. We have considered this property a grade 4 property. The grade report is on page 6, and the description of grade 4 properties is presented there. We used cap rate development using survey data and sales transaction for multifamily properties from the local and the regional markets. We have national apartment data that ranges from 3.75 to 8.0% with an average cap of 5.25, and the Mid-Atlantic region apartment market had a 4.25 to 6.50 spread with an average of 5.13%. They're presented on page 7 for reference. We also have had local sales of grade 3A and grade 4 properties in the last year in the market. The cap rates that these properties sold at range from 4.58% to 5.81%. The sales that we use are included on page 9. They're throughout Virginia. They had cap rates ranging from 3.22% to 6.50% with a median of 4.52%. And the appraisal model, when we use the mass appraisal model, we look at those sales cap rates in the aggregate, not individually picking a sale out. So at 6.75%, which is the grade 4 cap rate, we believe we're well in line and well supported. for that 6.75%. When you add the tax rate to the cap rate of 6.75%, you have a loaded cap of 7.604. That results in a value of 11,149,400. Do you have anything to add?
I have an answer. We tried to actually fix the way we were assessing the land in 2023, and that's where the 180,000 came from. We combined the location adjustment for the commercial related to commercial values with the multifamily rate that had been on there before. When those two don't go together, the multifamily rate had a 1.3 location adjustment for this location. And a totally different scale of commercial, it is 50% of the commercial used for the $40 rate. So where we started at a multifamily rate with a 1.3 adjustment, we changed it to a multifamily, the same rate with a 1.5. That's why it dropped to 180. And this year we finally, I think, got it right with the commercial valuation with all components being correct. So the commercial rate with the correct location adjustment compared to it at 50%. So that's the difference over the last 3 years.
Okay. Any questions for the assessor's office?
I don't know if it matters, but you're grading the apartments grade 4.
Yes,
Why not use grade 3T, income restricted and senior apartments?
They're
They're
not
older.
income restricted.
Yeah, that's for actual income
Just-
That's for a
restrictions,
lifetime.
not just because they're senior, but because they're income
Yeah.
restricted.
Thank you.
And so we're actually using a lower grade than the 3. So if we were using a 3, the value would be higher, because they have a lower cap rate.
Go ahead.
Yes, I'm not sure that we have, maybe I missed it, discussed the second ground for our projection on WHSB. That being the inclusion of expenses. Or exclusion of operating expenses in determining the NOI.
we use the operating expenses. That what we did is the management was reported at, I believe, 12.9%, and it was reduced to 6%. The real estate taxes were extracted from the expenses because cap rate is loaded for this property type.
So this may be more than the board wants to know, and cut me off if it is, please. Cambridge Healthcare Holdings until 2020 was also involved in the skilled nursing business. It owned and operated 3 nursing homes. I'm sorry, I thought I left that in the car. I apologize. Right, so it owned and operated skilled nursing homes, 3 of them, one in Alexandria, one in Richmond, and one in Colonial Beach in Westmoreland County. We had a significant, obviously, for efficiency purposes, you try and have all your home office expenses in one place rather than distribute them around. So we had a department, that took their payroll for all of our operations, including Albemarle County. Whether it was payroll or financial statements, bookkeeping, paying bills, issuing invoices and collecting them. We divested our nursing homes in December 30th of 2019. So I needed to reduce my overhead, right? I didn't need all of that manpower, which is what I've done. What I did not do is charge those people directly to the remaining operations in Albemarle County. I kept them in the management company we don't mark up our services. I think Deb and Peter see that. So we pass them through and we call it a management fee. And it's only passed through, there's an allocation based on how much work they do. And what the respective revenues are for the operations. So I think addressing the board, but also the tax assessor, that maybe we can clear this up if I change my corporate structure and I start having those people as employees of the Albemarle County operations and have their compensation and benefits baked right into the actual expenses, and we dispense with the whole notion of management fees. Would that help the tax assessor?
I mean, we expect to see a statement that's standard and includes the,
Think they're gonna charge you a certain percentage no matter what you actually pay.
If, for example, the executive, I think any assisted living, independent living community has an executive director, somebody who's in charge of the operation. That person is typically not in a management fee. They are an employee of the community. We have a person who, fortunately or unfortunately, is in our management company. So we allocate a portion of his salary to Linden House and to branch lands. It would be a lot easier if we just had him as an employee of branch lands like every other operation does, and then he would be in a management fee. And that's probably what I should have done 2 years ago, 3 years ago. And I'll do, next time around, I guess. But the fact is that $100 and some thousand of compensation that any senior independent living community would have to pay for a person with that experience and responsibility is not factored into our NOI. A flat fee is, which is 6%, which is fair. But the actual compensation of the executive director should be in addition to that, but it's not. And believe me, I am happy to sit down with Deb and with Peter and to work through all this. They probably think I'm from Mars and making these arguments, and I frankly don't understand their positions.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Anything further?
No, that includes any remarks on that.
Okay. The board have any further questions? Okay. We're ready to deliberate on application number 36 and 37.
I excuse them.
Yes.
All right. Thank you for your time.
You can stay if you want to.
Yeah.
Well, when I really,
You can step back.
the materials that you were referring to, Deb, is there a chance that I could get a copy of those? Okay. Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Peter.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edelman.
Okay, so we're 4 minutes behind as of right this moment. Yeah, we almost are. Are you guys ready to deliberate on this one? I don't want to keep the next person waiting for too long, but I also don't want to leave everything for the end of the day.
I'm ready to act on the number 36.
Okay. Is there a motion with respect to Board of Equalization application number 36?
I move that we affirm the assessor's assessment of 19,657,400. Application number 36.
Thank you, Mr. Norford. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Beard. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, the assessors,
Just wait, so we're affirming the, this is application number 36.
that's correct.
19,657,400. No change. Okay, thank you.
That one's approved. Okay, now we'll move to Board of Equalization application number 37 for WHSB LLC. So on this one, I'm inclined to make a small adjustment. I'd be interested, I guess, to hear what the assessor says, but to me, this is kind of straddles the line between assisted living and multifamily. I understand the assessor's point that, you know, you're not having, it doesn't look that much like multifamily or like assisted living, but the fact that there's a commercial kitchen and they're supplying one meal a day to the residents with dining. You know, having bid on contracts like scattered site rental property contracts before, I just think 6% is too low for a management fee on this. I would have thought it was 8% without the dining element, and I probably would have gone up for there where there's an operational responsibility beyond just normal multifamily. At the same time, I disagree with the applicant's request to value the management at 6% plus the salary of an executive director. I think that'd be highly irregular to staff $150,000 salary on a project like this. That's not at all consistent with my experience of how these projects are run. So I'd be inclined to ask for an adjustment of something like 7% or 8%, 7.5% or something like that, just to recognize they're scattered site assets. You know, they're harder to manage than everything being centralized, and there is that little bit of assisted living-ish sort of operational burden on top that would tip it up towards a higher number in my mind.
Are all management fees for this type of property for
Multifamily property.
multifamily properties?
We've applied 6 because it's a smaller number of units,
Yeah.
recognizing that smaller number of units, larger
Yeah.
management.
Yes, and the other component. You know, different amenities that are provided here.
And the actual operating expenses are significantly higher in those properties. We use those actual operating.
Yeah, 12.3 seems, you know, sort of outrageous. Especially when you're splitting time, you know, by its nature, that type of timekeeping is like very inaccurate. Especially if you don't have people who are trained to do it, like down to, you know, tenths of an hour.
I get where you're coming from. More than just regular multifamily.
Yeah, a little bit. And, you know, I think the assessor's office recognizes this and saying there's a small number of properties, but in my experience, multifamily beneath 65 or 70, no one wants, because it's not big enough to support on-site management, like a, you know, someone doing facilities work and then like a leaser or someone like that. Once you get over that, they start to trade more like real multifamily properties based on the cap rate. Beneath that, you know, I have seen time and time again that the cap rates are higher and they just don't run as efficiently. They just spend time in between buildings. There's 5 shells, 5 roofs. It's just not as desirable as an asset. Manage especially.
Does he advertise this as assisted living?
I'm sorry, say
Does
this.
he advertise this as assisted living? These
No,
farmhouses?
it's the Manor House at Branchlands Independent Living Facility.
Yeah.
They have TV commercials.
They do all the time. I knew you would know that.
His numbers were 6% management fee plus the accounting, plus the
Well,
executive director.
I think that's what that was his second position. His first position was sort of the numbers set forth in his letter, which were pretty high. This is 144 plus 46, representing a quarter of a accounts payable person, a payroll manager. Oh, no, that's one person. And then the accounts receivable manager and accountant. So you're basically, that's 1.5 people. One is an executive rate, and that's one that's about salary and benefits rate of 5,000.
Oh, should we raise the management fee to 7%? Is that a reasonable thing to do?
In this particular property, there's a feel reasonable need to adjust it. Just recognizing it doesn't fit neatly into assisted living, the other and the small size. In the future, it sounds like perhaps the accounting will be done differently and maybe there's more data to evaluate exactly what the management burden is. Do we have a motion? Counter argument?
What would be the number if we did that?
So
Be working on it right now.
Yes, I'm sorry. Hang on.
And we have to do it individually amongst all these different properties or?
So the allocation would be.
We could determine a total value for all, and then we could distribute it the same way we did in the past, which is the total value minus the land, the total land, and then we break it down per unit for the improvements. So it adds up to the total, but it's evenly distributed by number of units to each parcel.
So if we change the 7%, what's it going to do to the total?
What is the current value?
11,140.
So the current value is 11,149,400.
Right.
Using a 7% would be 10,880,500.
it's an adjustment of about 260,000.
That's reducing
Oh.
at 260.
Right. We'd like to contemplate this one a little longer. I would ask that we table it and let the next applicant present. Just, okay, is there a motion?
I'll make a motion for appeal number 37. We changed the management fee to 7%, which brings the total assessment to
$10,880,500.
$10,880,500.
Thank you, Mr. Norford. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Mr. Midley. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Okay, the assessment for Board of Equalization application number 37 is reduced to the number set forth in Mr. Norford's motion. Okay, the Board of Equalization will now call the.
I have a bit of a question here. I have three separate valuations for application number 37. They're all different. Do I put the new number on the last page?
May have been a.
They'll have
Several
to,
different
the
pages.
assessment office will have to give you.
Yeah, well, I figured that
Put a
out.
line for each. Oh, yes, we can break that down for you.
Okay.
All right, based on this total number. So if you just make a note, we can fill all those numbers.
Thank you.
The number 11.
We are. So we'll now call Mrs. Rachel Brooks from CBRE as tax representative for Berkmar Apartments LLC. Board of Equalization application number 56 with address 1100 Montague Lane. Thank you so much for your patience,
No problem.
Mrs. Brooks.
How are you?
It's been hot out there today.
It's better in here, you know what? It's not out there.
If you so raise your hand, I'll swear you in really quick. You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony, both oral and documentary, that you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you. All right. So we're starting with Berkmar? Yes, ma'am. Okay. All right. So I'm here to discuss the Berkmar Apartments that are located at 1100 Montague Lane in Charlottesville. It was recently constructed in 2022. During 2023, the property was in lease up. We are looking at all the pretty pictures, 261 units. This would be considered a Class A apartment community. As of the date of value of 1/1/24, the property was 90% leased. There are some maps in here. It is located on the southeast side of Charlottesville, near the airport. So as stated, this is a garden style community. Average unit size is about 1,155 square feet, which is pretty average for the market. Pretty much basic amenities. It does have a pool, clubhouse, small gym. And at its current occupancy, it's got about 10% vacancy. That's pretty much stabilized, I would assume. The county did give the current assessment of $68,794,300 some consideration at the first level review. However, I and ownership do still believe that there is a little more that needs to be taken into consideration. Specifically, not necessarily the actual operation of the property, but also in the capitalization rate, which I'm sure is not a new argument that is being presented to this board. The main approach to value for this property is the income approach, which is also how the county has approached it and is the most appropriate way to value an income producing property. As stated, the property was 90% leased as of the date of value. And so for purposes of preparing an income analysis on the property, we have used the actual income and expenses as of year end 23, understanding the county this year would be using 22. However, as of 22, the property was not yet stabilized. So we're looking at 23. And in doing so, we did also normalize the vacancy to 5% and considering 5% as stabilized versus the 10%. To address the capitalization rate, the county is
last year was using a base cap rate of 4.25. I argued that at that time last year as well. This year, the county has increased the capitalization rate for a class A, I guess, a tier 1 property to 4.75%. However, considering everything that happened in 2023, we are looking more at a 2022 valuation here as far as cap rates are concerned. Which in 2022, the county was using a 5.25 cap rate, and I do believe that that's pretty much where we are back in 2024. Below on page 8 is a chart of cap rates from sales that either CBRE, our valuation team, has either appraised or has confirmed with the buyer, seller, and the broker. The cap rates that the county is using in their support, which I believe is on my page. My page 16 is the county's cap rate support, including multiple charts of regional multifamily cap rate sales ranging with A, B, and C class properties. And then on page 18 is the county support for multifamily sales less than 30 million in sale price. So really, if we're looking at the regional cap rates, there are some 3s in that mix. However, I think that the support here is a little skewed. Most of the sales that took place that are in the 3s typically are sales of LIHTC or low income housing tax credit properties built in the 60s and 70s, where the owners are also selling the tax credits, which drags down the cap rates into the 3s. We don't necessarily consider these market rate or market value transactions. And so for our support, we have, like I said, included a chart with a range of sales that have taken place in the Northern Virginia area, but also some in Southern Virginia and coastal Virginia. And as you can see, these are all relatively new properties, and all of these sales with an average have traded at about a 5.39% cap rate, with the lowest cap rate being in McLean, which is for us considered the Tyson's Corner market, that sold at a 4.75. So taking that into consideration, that is really the big sticking point for us. Yes, the income is a little skewed for us as well. However, it really does lie in the cap rate. And so we are considering a cap rate of 5.25, which, like I said, the county did use in 2022. Loading that with the tax rate brings us to a 6.1% cap rate. And like I said, normalizing the vacancy and everything else being equal indicates a value of 59,200,000, which is ownership's requested value from the current assessment of 68,794,000.
You want it higher? Did you say 69?
No, 68,794 is the current assessment. Ownership is requesting a value of 59,000,000.
59, I thought you said
2,000,000.
59.
200,000. No, we do not want an increase. Thank you. So 59,200,000 would be the requested value. I do understand that cap rate is a challenging argument and can be somewhat subjective, but CBRE also produces a cap rate study, which I've included in the back of the report. And on page 57 of that cap rate study, which is implying the cap rate survey from the second half of 2023, just going off of Richmond's average, in the first half of 2023, cap rates were between 5% and 5.5% for Class A stabilized property. That then dropped again in the second half of 2023 from 5.25% to 5.75%. So 5.25%, I think, is a fair cap rate for Class A property in most markets anymore in Virginia, I would say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything further, Mrs. Brooks? Okay, from the assessor's office, please.
So, I don't believe the argument about cap rates is really. Five and over is appropriate for a market value property. Maybe a property under appeal for tax assessment, certainly property. Looking for a mortgage or any other kind of market value question. What Billy is just here, I'm sorry. But I also want to point out that there are some differences in our model and the way we do things, some structural differences, timing differences. That when we are typically looking at 2022 income and capping that for 2024 value, the cap rates in our schedule in order to actually meet market value might be a little bit lower than they would be if we were using 2023's income, which would have been higher than 2022. And so we're still trying to get market value as of January 1st, 2024. You know, typically our data is a little behind when it comes to income, and our cap rate has to adjust for that a little bit. So sometimes you'll see our market rates in our schedule are slightly lower than what you'll find in certainly a pro forma, but a cap rate based on the immediate 12-month prior to the sale, which is what you typically see in a reported cap rate. And I wanted to just point out this because I can't say enough about motivation of the applicant to reduce the value. These three properties, which are three of our local sales that happened in 2023 of apartments. The applicant, not this applicant, came to the board last year asking for these values as the market value, 44.6 million, basically 23 million, and just over 7 million. And then within 3 weeks of our hearing, those properties sold. So they were already under contract when the applicant came to the board professing a market value that was 82%, 65%, and 70% of what they actually sold for immediately after. Now, of course, those are sales in the next year. They wouldn't have been considered in the assessment. If they'd happened a month earlier, they wouldn't have been considered in the assessment, either by us or by you. But I just ask you to be careful with adjusting cap rates and the cap rate schedule based on some of these arguments because I don't think they're necessarily supporting market value. And now Deb is going to go through our income approach.
We used the December 31, 2023 rent roll for this income approach. It had a monthly revenue of 409,725. The property was nearing stabilization with a reported vacancy of 9.5%. The effective gross income was 4,916,700. The market expenses were estimated at approximately 32% of effective gross income. And the real estate taxes were not included in that because they are in the cap rate. Net operating income was estimated at 15,071 per unit. The replacement reserves based on the replacement reserve schedule that we provide for the model was 300 per unit or 78,300 based on the year built. The net operating income for the property is concluded at 3,855,231. This is a grade 1 property. It's new. It's in the market. It is got all of the amenities. Very nice property. The cap rate schedule that we developed. We've talked about this before, but it's on page 8 of our presentation. We use the national apartment market data as well as the Mid-Atlantic region apartment market data. We look at local sales. In this case, we had them. They're presented on page 8 as well. We look at regional sales, and they're not used individually, these sales. They're just used in the aggregate to help support the cap rate schedule that we're providing. With regard to the cap rate of 4.75 for 2024, There was a comment made about 2022 rates, which were 5.25, and if you look back at our schedule, 2021 was 5.75. That would have been based on 2020 income in 2022 and 2019 income in 2021, which was during COVID, which is why those cap rates would be higher.
We were very conservative during that period. And despite the fact it was really the roaring 2020s with apartments. And we learned later that they were really doing really well. But at the time, we were really concerned about
Didn't know.
the revenue from the 2019 and 2020 being applied to during COVID time. So I think it's hard to compare any of that to today.
The loaded cap rate is 5.604 and the value concluded is 68,794,300. We believe that this is fair and equitable. You don't think that?
Just about the LIHTC properties.
yeah.
And it's
If there are LIHTCs in here, it's just that we're looking at all properties in the market. We have LIHTCs in our market as well, the need cap rate, so.
They do, but if they were sales.
Yeah, they would be at the end of
At
their
the end
life,
of their life.
of their LIHTC life.
Of their LIHTC life, and therefore I don't see how
There would be an impact on the cap rate on that.
I don't see how their tax credits would affect that. The tax credits would have been used up 30 years before.
Okay. Thank you. All right, you have opportunity to rebut the assessor's office's arguments.
I guess, when we were discussing sales that are taking place now, if there really are any sales taking place now, the financing, these cap rates would be much higher. I mean, I talk to brokers all day long that talk about sales taking place, what those cap rates look like now. I mean, I don't know how the county plans to address these cap rates for next year. But saying that the financing and everything, that the 4.75 is appropriate, I still very much disagree with that. I mean, if the board would recognize some sort of expansion, I mean, we could start at a 5. And if we did the load there, that would bring our value at the net operating income of 3.6 and some change. I think the county was using a 3.8. 3.6 is what we're using, which I said is taking into account a little less vacancy. If we started at a 5 cap, loaded that with the tax rate, that would still put us at 61,770,000. As far as the LIHTC sales that are included, I've researched most of these that are in the 3s especially, which I think is really skewing the average here. Like I said, I've checked these out with our appraisal team because it looked crazy to me, like these 3.2s and 3.1s. I don't know about the life of the tax credits, but these were all appraised for financing purposes. So there was clearly some kind of value still left there. So with that said, I still think the cap rate that we are applying is correct. However, for sake of finding some sort of compromise and giving some sort of relief and recognizing the market we are sitting in now and not in 22, at a 5% cap rate, capping the net operating income shown here would bring us to 61,770,000. So I would be willing to increase our requested value to that level, just to recognize some level of cap rate expansion. Like I said, 4.75 is just not it. It wasn't it at the beginning of 23. It may have been it at the end of 22, but it's within the tax year 23. Those cap rates just weren't transpiring anymore, which is evident in that list of sales of Class A fully stabilized properties that I presented on page 8. Thank you.
Okay, any questions for the applicant or the assessor's office? I guess it says here that you used the PwC Real Estate Investor Survey for third quarter 2023. At the time of the investment, presumably you had access to the fourth quarter survey as of the second review that you did.
No, we would have used the model that was established for the assessment.
We would have had access to it when the group was reviewed. Yes, that is correct. Right. However, to keep everything equitable across
And
the
fair to
property
everyone.
class, we're using all the same data in our model.
You can't change.
Well, I mean, that's not quite true. I mean, we change things all the time when we have new data. I guess you're saying you're not using an industry published data that's ever more current than the first version that you used. Is that it?
We are not updating the model based on what we have available after January 1st in order to.
So then how do we answer an applicant though, who says, you're 90 days too early and I've got a right to have my property assessed as of Jan 1 and the data coming out of those industry reports 90 days after the ones you used was different. Like, are we permitted to consider that?
You are permitted to consider that, yes. There's nothing that will stop you from considering that, except the equity of all apartments in this model that use that same data.
Well, but that's a tough sell because if it had been available, you guys would have used it. Presumably because it's more accurate, because it's closer in time to the date of the valuation. I mean, I understand your point as like a practical matter, you can't update every one, right? You can't do 2 assessments. But when there is a trend in the data, and I'm not saying there is here, but when there is, and the applicant brings that to us, seems like there would be a presumption that the data would be more accurate. I mean, it's not a presumption, but I would tend to be more persuaded that the data was accurate because it's closer in time to Jan 1. Will you remind me what time of the year are these actually, the assessments actually like performed?
Assessments created. In the fall, yeah, October through December, with the majority of the income properties around October. So that you can get them into the system.
Okay, and then their mail comes out in like January or something.
That is correct.
Yeah. It's a tough one. And maybe you say, hey, 90 days is just noise in the data, like that's not a trend around which you can argue.
The argument could be made in the other direction, Mr. Mayo, as well, though. When cap rates are going down, then they want to see that. So this is a 12-month snapshot in time.
Right. And I guess, to the extent it's one more quarter, it's only a fourth of whatever the new snapshot is. I do tend to think the applicant was right, though, that things were trending in CBRE's direction towards the last year. Lending environment.
But is it fair to change one property's cap rate and not every property's cap rate?
If we don't have any choice but to change it if the value is different than what's presented to us, regardless of what we've done on everyone else, I think. I mean, it's a good policy to try to approach things in a systematic way. I think where I am on this is like, I empathize with the CBRE's argument. I think they're probably right that like the wind is pushing in their direction, but I don't think that the evidence presented overcomes the presumption of the assessor's office being correct. And particularly, I wanted to be convinced by the LIHTC argument, but I think the assessor's office is correct. And I know those can't be sold while the credits are still running from a hearing last year where they explained all that to us in excruciating detail. So if they were sold and if they brought cap rates down, I don't think it was because of the credits still existing. The tricky one. I mean, it bothers me that the cap rates are in quarter point steps, like almost by definition, those are sort of imprecise, but
You know, I see where you have to take a snapshot in time, and that's what it has to be. And it goes both ways when it's going up. It hurts you when it's going down, it helps you.
I would like to make a motion that we affirm the assessor's assessment at 68,794,300.
is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, thank you, Mr. Norford. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Okay, Board of Equalization application number 56 is the appraisal of the assessor's office, or the assessment of the assessor's office is affirmed. We'll now hear argument on application number 55.
Well, I'm gonna bore you because it's the same argument. So this one is for the assessment on Stonefield Common Apartments at 3105 District Ave. This is located in pretty much a retail hub behind Costco. It is a 250 unit Class A apartment built in 2013. As of the date of value, it was 95% leased. It is a mid-rise community, as of the date of value of 1/1/24. The property was assessed at 82,906,500. This did take into consideration a small reduction that the county offered at the first level. With that said, we still believe that the actual operation of the property is not being recognized and is not being capitalized at the appropriate rate, which I don't necessarily have to go through all that argument again. But it's the same picture. Still looking at that cap rate expansion. If we're looking at the PwC information that was brought up in the prior discussion. I mean, it's one data set. CBRE surveys all of the owners and sales and transactions and brokers and whatnot that are a part of this, and they too would like to see lower cap rates because that means higher values and higher commissions for those brokers typically. So they're not a fan of this cap rate expansion either. However, for the average national cap rate per the PwC report to be at 5.28 and the regional at 5.13, and we're still at a 4.75, I still take issue with that. And then, like I said, within CBRE's report, which again, they are not fans of showing a downturn in the market either. But it is the case and it is what happened. And I actually quoted the wrong cap rate before, with the second half actually being 5.5 to 6% within this packet that I gave you. That's on page 47 of multifamily suburban. So again, it's a cap rate discussion, and whether you want to look at it quarterly, you want to look at it based on 22 income, all of these cap rates that we are supporting with these sales are based on operation of at least 1 year of operation. If anything, they're looking at multi-years of operation, but the financing is just not possible at the cap rates that the county is assuming. So I still sticking to my guns on my cap rate argument, and whether you want to recognize the 3% LHTC sales or not, per our appraisal team, they are not considered market sales per se. So still disagree that those are included within the calculation of the min, max, and median rates supplied by the county.
Thank you.
So I think this one is-
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so when it comes to cap rates, I just want to also remind the board, which I should have pointed out earlier, these are grade one properties. These are the highest grade apartments in the county. They have the lowest cap rate. The cap rates in the schedule include a range of properties. They're typically toward the best because they're more institutional properties, but they aren't necessarily just the primo grade ones. They might include grade twos, and we have 4.75, but we also have 5.25. There, a range of cap rates in our schedule, at which 4.75 is just the lowest because it's great. So this property was assessed based on actual 2022 income
After first level.
for the current assessment.
Yeah, we weren't provided the operating statement until after.
That part doesn't matter
Okay.
because this value that's under
Mhm.
appeal
It
is
is the first
based on
level
the
review.
2022 actual income. And we feel that it was applied appropriately. That's all we got, unless you have.
No, I think you summed it up really good.
Do you, have an adjustment for age or anything in here? This is older than the previous one we just looked at.
True, we don't have an adjustment in the cap rate for age.
Yeah,
If it's a grade one property, it's the same cap rate, but we do have a higher reserve amount for older properties. And that'll be based on the age, and it reduces the NOI because there's more that need to be put in to get the return.
I inspected this property for this appeal. This property is in excellent condition. It's a beautiful property. So there's no physical
Oh, I know.
deterioration. It's lovely.
We are not saying it's not, it's a beautiful property.
What was done with vacancy by the assessor's office?
We used actual.
The statement vacancy 3.2 on the one that you guys provided.
Right.
So on the presentation by CBRE, it's 4.4.
Is that a recall vacancy? I'm not sure. What kind of-
You have 3.1, so I have 3.2.
Yeah, I mean, that's about as close as we're gonna get.
That says 4.4.
What page?
What page are you on?
It's like
Oh, but your pages would line up with my
12.
pages.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Does it look like this?
It's like this.
Oh, that's the county's analysis, but,
Oh, no, that was the original.
oh.
That was the original worksheet before we made a change, after we got the actual statement.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure why it says 4.4% when we didn't have a
That's the-
statement to go.
I might have gotten something.
It was probably from around and not actually a statement vacancy.
But you all agree on the actual vacancy?
Yeah, for me, it's, once again, it's a boring argument of cap rate. I mean, all day long. I could bring my appraisers in and it's just not reality, but I understand. I understand the issue. Cap rate's hard to discuss anywhere I go, so I get it.
You said, Pete, that the higher grade properties usually have a lower cap rate.
Correct. Well, higher,
Grade 1.
grade 1 is the highest grade. It's the lowest number, but it's the highest grade. And it has the lowest cap rate. Yes. Because the lower the cap rate, the higher the value.
Will the applicant's package of persuasive materials be uploaded to the internet?
It can be.
I think it should probably not be because it has the names of the residents.
Oh, because as a rent roll.
Confidential.
Yes, yes. It has not been.
They would leave it off, particularly because there's some economic vacancy stuff there.
I thought you were referring to you seeing digital. Oh, no, you're talking about being available public.
That's right. I don't think I have any
It's
further.
the same as where we were on the last one. right?
Yeah, that's really minimize it any differently.
I make a motion that we affirm the assessor's numbers on application number 55, and that would be 82,906,500.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Beard. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, the assessor's office is affirmed with respect to Board of Equalization application number 55. Thank you for your
Thank you.
presentation.
Thank you.
Good to see you. Yep. Take care. Take care. See you.
Now, almost 20 minutes ahead of schedule.
Oh, there
Is
you
that
go.
okay? So, I mean, I don't know.
Would you like 20 more minutes to speak? No, I'm just kidding.
But that's up to y'all. I'm a little early just because I'm new. It's up to yours. When I'm ready, if you want, whenever.
What do you all think?
Okay.
Okay, let's take like a 10-minute break. I would also like to call my office. We'll just take a temporary comfort break.
I mean, after we talk.
So how many appeals do you have today?
Well, these are 4 buildings that are all in the same office park. So
Okay.
we have 4 separate, but they're 4 separate parcels. That's
Okay.
right. So
Are you making one argument across 4 parcels or are they?
I can, if you, the information that I pre-submitted, and basically the broker's package covers all 4. But I know because for the purposes of the paperwork, I had to complete applications individually. So I have those individually. So I thought, however, y'all and the county would like to discuss, I thought I would talk about it in a macro sense, the entire property. And then if we can look at the individual buildings, but is that okay with y'all?
Suit everyone else?
As far as how I would
Fine,
present.
okay.
I have
You
no
okay?
objection.
Okay.
All right. May I? All right. Well, again, my name is James Roberts and I'm with Feller, Shuey, Scott, and Robertson, Atlanta. And my client is actually Parkway Properties, who owns these buildings. These are 4 office buildings out across from the hospital out there up Peter Jefferson Parkway. So what I'd like to do briefly today, and let me preface it by saying that the county has been very, very cooperative with me and with my client in trying to work to the best of our ability to establish tax assessments that we feel are fair and equitable. And indicative of the fair market value, what a willing buyer would pay a willing seller. And so I would like to express my appreciation. We just have come to a point where they're at a spot and then we feel like we're at a spot. And obviously you're the arbitrators, right? And so I'm going to present our spot. And basically in a big picture, they, as Deb and I were talking, they've hired a brokerage firm, and as of December, they put out a broker. It's called a broker's opinion of value. You should have it in your packet of information, and it covers up all 4 buildings. And it basically gives you the motivation, gives all the bells and whistles, the valuation. It tells you what the brokers have told the owner, what I think you can sell the property for. You guys are probably very familiar. I mean, if you've dealt with commercial property, you know how that works. If you've dealt with residential, it's just like a CMA kind of that a real estate agent will give you. This is what your house worth. This is what we're going to sell it for. And that's what really we have today to primarily focus on. And I've tried to keep the county updated on that. And they put them out. The property's been looked at, reviewed, and it's out for bid. And so how these things work is because of that, the nature of that property, the size and caliber, it's not, the Tip Top restaurant. It is a, class A for this area, a class A office building. And so that's a national product. You're not really going to get probably very many local folks that want to go out there and invest. But you may, I'm not saying their job is to expose it nationally or even internationally to try to find a buyer. And they talk a little bit about that. And they talk about, the property and the challenges of the property and what they think the property will bring. Obviously, they get paid to sell property. So they I don't think they have a motivation to lowball the price. They have a motivation to sell the property. Obviously interest rates have come into, and I'm not going to really get into, they have the cap rates, we have cap rates, but this is not the same product as an apartment. These type products have been adversely affected by COVID, as y'all know. But you know what? It's funny. I was talking to the lady that waited on me today, Tiffany, and I was like, because that Tip Top restaurant is right there, right up the street. And I said, I was over there touring the property. There's a lot of vacancy in those buildings. She said, yeah, it's been that way a little while, COVID, but that hospital changed hands some years ago, and it's not the same hospital. And I'm just curious that a local person would tell me people, the doctors would rather be at UVA where everything is consistent, contiguous, because I said, that's strange. The hospital's across the street from these office buildings. Because where I'm from, the best way to handle that is to make them contiguous or attached to the hospital, especially for like me. And so I thought, well, if your primary basis is going to be in medical, I could see where that might have been a problem conceptually. The other thing I saw, and again, I don't want to talk too much, but the other thing I saw was that property is huge. There's a lot of land with that property and it's beautiful. Beautiful. But guess what? It costs a lot of money to maintain that property. They have a lot of surface parking lots. They have a lot of trees. They have a lot of green space. That is not cheap to maintain. And so there's a lot of factors that made sense to me as to why the property was not as valuable as you may sit on a spreadsheet and think it is. And I'm not talking about the county, I'm talking about any investor once they go and look at it. So those were things I thought were interesting. Overall, the broker, getting into the package real quick, the broker gave our owner they call it a lot of times a strike price. You'll have a low, you'll have a high, and you'll have a strike price. And overall, based on this portfolio, brokers were recommending a value of about 51.7 million, 181 bucks. But how does that compare with the county's assessment of these 3 buildings? The county's assessment of these 3 buildings, even after our initial appeal, which again, they made some adjustments, is still 67 million forward. So there's a big delta. There's a big difference between what the broker says he can sell it for and what the county thinks the value is. Again, we're talking willing buyer, willing seller. And of course, it hasn't happened yet, so I can't tell you it has. The broker information gives you, they break it down between buildings 1, 2, and 6 at a $32.8 million value. And then they provide building 7 at 16.6. Building 7 has a higher degree and I believe building 7 is 6275. 652. So that is the one building that they provide a $16.6 million strike price value. And this is what we think we can get for that property. Now, that's the overview that I have. So we have a pretty significant difference between what the property should sell for, if we believe these national brokers to be reason, I mean, how do I want to say it? Competent, based on what they've reviewed the property as. And then we have a pretty significant difference. Now, if you want, we can go through each building, because what I tried to do, and I gave you guys all, gentlemen, all the information in the application as how, I tried to allocate the value to each building based on the anticipated sale price and the actual income analysis. And then I provided I cross-checked it with a CoStar cap rate. And then I noticed the broker's cap rate, and that seemed to be in line. So like I say, however y'all or the county would like to deal with it, I'm more than happy to do that however you wish. I just want to give you what I felt our big picture would be. I guess that page you're looking at kind of sums it up.
So, I imagine you travel around and do these at different localities.
Yeah.
Right? And probably at most of the ones that, you would say there's a presumption of correctness in favor of the assessor's office.
Depends on the state.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Virginia, Georgia is a little more taxpayer. It just depends,
Okay.
but some states are more taxpayer, like, it just depends.
Got it. Okay. So I think your high water mark is that you've got this, this broker's price opinion, which does, to its credit, look to be, well put together and specific to the property and all that, which, a lot of the times the presentation that we get doesn't include anything like that. So nothing that I could describe as having been thought through anywhere near as carefully as the assessor's office analysis. What would be helpful to me is if you could identify, or just briefly, mention which pieces of the assessor's analysis do you take issue with and think that we ought to replace with the methodology used in the broker price opinion?
Well, I don't have the county's methodology.
Worksheets, the worksheets I gave you.
You gave me the worksheet?
Yeah, back when we did the internal review,
I think I
and
got that.
you gave me the estimated operating statement, then we changed it to 2022 operatings. And we sent them back.
Like this.
Yeah, they look just like that.
I mean, I'm not gonna ask you to like circle a number on a sheet you don't have in front of you, but like, surely you sat down with your team and you said, hey, they used the wrong vacancy figure here, or they're not giving us credit for X or Y. And can you just hit those things?
I don't remember seeing those sheets. I'm not saying that the county did not provide those. So I could have. I just don't, I apologize. I don't.
Here's 675.
Is this
So
the
this is
adjustment?
2024.
Okay.
Yeah, and this is what we talked about when we did the changes after we gave us the income.
Well, looking at this particular statement and comparing it for, this is building 1, 675.
Yeah.
There we go. That's pretty simple. So looking at the actual income versus the county pro forma, which or worksheet income, I guess the biggest difference would probably be the cap rate, which I see would be one big difference. The NOI would be 1,151,000. NOI is not a whole lot different. It's 1,036,547. So at the end of the day, looking at the NOI, it's a little bit of difference in the NOI, but it's a cap rate difference, a fairly substantial cap rate difference.
Did you do reserves?
I did not. I just
Okay.
used strict income.
Yeah, we have reserves.
In your cap rate?
Yeah, 2% reserves.
Oh, yeah,
Don't
in
get
your-
prior
yeah,
to
yeah.
NOI.
Right. So I just took straight NOI and use that cap rate. And again, I would say that like on that particular property, the biggest difference would be the capitalization. Now I looked You know, again, I did provide the CoStar cap rate. Well, again, that's CoStar, so that's, you know, it's a national publication. And for this property, they were talking 10.1. And then when I went into the broker's package, I think their going in cap rate was probably 10.5, it looks like. That's why their values are probably gonna come out even a little lower. Because again, specifically, this property is, you know, is put out to a national or an international group of investors. And so they're not gonna use, you know, they're not gonna use CoStar, but that's just an indicator. And they're not really gonna care what, you know, that's, you know, another building sold for down the street. They're gonna basically look at what their investor model says for this type of asset. Because it is a big asset.
Mhm.
So I guess that would be the difference. If you, and I heard you, you know, talk to the young lady, but it's not an apartment complex.
Okay. Okay. Anyone else have other questions? I've got one for the assessor about vacancy, but anyway, till they present.
So I'm looking at the office building assessment form. I believe it's for 675 Peter Jefferson Parkway. It says the total value is 315,348,000,
15,340.
and the assessed value is 15,685,100.
Where are you?
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm looking at something wrong here.
Oh, I know, but this is
Uh,
probably prior to the change when they gave me the operating statement. Can you check that and see?
It's already determined.
32422. We have 15,348. I don't think that's after.
15,642.7, and then there's this right here.
That was the previous year's value. 15,685.
We have too many.
Oh,
things.
oh, I'm sorry.
You're getting the wrong building.
It might be the wrong building. Let's see. Do you have,
I'll open that.
Mr. Beard, do you have 31C up on your worksheet? It should be at the top. Or PID 32422.
31C0, yep,
31.
32422, yep,
And so you're seeing 15,348,
yes.
okay, and
And the assessment right here is 15,685. That's all.
That is correct. That's
Yeah.
15,685 is what we're showing.
Yeah, it's just a
System.
It's just different from the worksheet.
we made a reduction on this property based on getting actual operating statements from 20,243,200 to 15,685,100. So it may have just been.
So we got a little bit of that.
Did your client have a buyer for this?
Well, that's what we were just talking.
How long,
No.
how long has it been on the market?
They got the BOV and then they waited a little bit to see if the interest rates would change, which they didn't. And so the last email I shared with Mr. Lynch, they were hoping they would have a call. The way those things work, because it's national, they have a bid call tomorrow. And the broker sent back the information that I sent and he said between they 51 to 54 for the package. And so, I mean, it's not a happy thing, but it's reality.
So I have a question for the assessor's office. Make it okay.
So
They're working on something.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, my question is, are we allowed to take into account a potential listing for a property
So if you let me,
currently?
if we can do our presentation, I think we might answer some of those questions
Okay.
first and then we can, if we
Okay.
don't, then.
Okay.
Does that sound okay? Well, that was actually how I was gonna start. What is being presented is a current broker's price opinion. It is not a price opinion as of January 1st, which is the date of value. I'm not sure if there's an actual date of value for it or a date of big estimate or not. I'm assuming it's recent.
It was explained to me that it was December of 23. While you're talking, I'll try to get into the particulars. But go ahead, because
But so I don't know what the timing of it is. So our value is in as of January 1st. Also, this is based on a portfolio of all four properties selling, not necessarily on the individual properties selling. They're four separate properties. They're not managed. They don't have to be together in order to sell or operate. Each one is a separate entity. So our value takes into account that each one is individual. It takes into account the criteria of each building, income, expenses. And the sale, I would assume, I'm not an expert on this, but I would assume that the sale of four properties, substantial Class A properties would be a little more problematic or difficult than just a sale of an individual one. The owners purchased them all together. They purchased them at a very high value compared to our assessment at the time. And I don't think we've ever even reached that value in the years since they purchased it in 2019. Very few cases where somebody might have overspent on a property, but yeah, this is possibly one of them. And but of course, we're not using that sale as an indication of what our assessment should be 5 years later. And then we're going to iron out we have a worksheet here that matches the assessment. And I don't know yet if the one that got put into this is just wrong, is a wrong version of it. But the numbers on this other worksheet match what we have reported in the assessment. So I apologize for that confusion, and we'll figure it out, make sure the other ones match. But what Deb, I think would be better to go through, just kind of summarize generally what we do on these four properties. They are different. There are some that had vacancy, now they're full. And you know, there's certainly some with vacancy, continuing vacancy issues. So if you would go through that.
So I can go, I'll go by building. Building 1 is 675 Peter Jefferson Parkway, and that's COE application 33. And so this is a building that was built in 1999. We have a tenant mix of medical and professional users. And the reported occupancy on January 2023 was 79.7%. So we would then gross that income up because there is extraordinary vacancy. So we gross that revenue up to 100%, and then we apply an extraordinary vacancy of 12% based on the extraordinary vacancy schedule you can see on page 4. We do this for all properties that have excess vacancy currently. So, and it's based on the schedule, building square foot size, and then what we would deduct. The operating expenses were revised to reflect a 4% management fee based on the revised effective gross income. Replacement reserves per the property office model are 2% of EGI. And then the net operating income is of course capped by the cap rate. In this case, it's a grade 1 property. So it was a 7.5 cap, up 50 basis points from the prior year. And the total we should have, thank you, Mr. Beard, the total we should have had was 15,685,100 on building 1. Building 2, which is, let's see, 630 Peter Jefferson Parkway, which is BOE application 32. This is a 2001 building with 62,180 square feet, Class A, mix of medical and professional office users. The occupancy was reported to be 82.8%. So again, we would take that income and gross it up to 100% and then deduct the vacancy based on the vacancy schedule, which is again presented on page 4. The operating expenses were revised to reflect the 4% management fee, replacement reserves of 2%. NOI is concluded at 1,180,264, and the same cap rate was applied at 7.5% for a building value of 15,736,900. This building was purchased in October 30th of 2009 for 15,150,000. So we haven't exceeded what was the purchase price was in 2019. Then the third one would be building 6, which is 650 Peter Jefferson Place. And that's all a 70,740 square foot Class A building. It's as you go into the park, it's the first one on the left, where you turn left, there's 2 buildings, 650 is the first, 652 is the second. That has a mix of both medical and professional users. Occupancy was reported to be 94%. We have an assessed value of 17,297,200, and the purchase price was in October 30th of 2019 was $16,500,000. So the assessment has exceeded the 2019 purchase price as of this year. In this case, there was an extraordinary vacancy, so we took the total income, subtracted the operating expenses, applied the reserve, and concluded a net operating income of 1,297,289. Again, a grade 1 property with a cap rate of 7.5% gives us a value of 17,297,200. The fourth building is 652 Peter Tweed, which is the second building as you go left, first left in the park. This is a 70,740 square foot Class A building. It was built in 2008. And the tenants currently are a mix of medical and professional office users. This is the building I think that Mr. Roberts was referring to is will be more predominantly medical. The current assessed value is $18,700,800. And it was purchased in 2019 for $19,250,000. Again, we use the 22 operating statement. All of this was done on 22 revenue and expenses. The property is 100% occupied, but there were rent concessions reported for $396,180. They were deducted from the 2022 revenue. This appears to be an expansion of an existing tenant on the 3rd floor, from the 2nd floor into the 3rd floor, taking up another 26,412 square feet. And so they were given a rent concession during the half year of calendar year 2022. So we're assuming that they've received free rent since they filed their own building permits and are doing their renovation. And if you don't consider that in your analysis, you end up understating the potential growth and then capitalizing that into perpetuity. So we considered that and potential gross income. We calculated it as on page 4 at $176,173 per month, plus recoveries of $1,967 per month, for a total of $178,140 per month, times 12 months is $2,137,687 potential gross. We applied a 5% vacancy, and after expenses, total operating expenses of $552,160. These were also revised to reflect a 4% management fee based on the revised NOI. We have reserves of 2% and a net operating income of $1,402,560. Again, a grade 1 property, cap rate of 7.5%, leaving us with a value of $18,700,800. I will say one thing about the cap rate. So there are no cap rate sales in our area in Albemarle, Charlottesville, of Class A office buildings. There just aren't any. And so when CoStar does use an algorithm to develop their cap rates, when there isn't data available from the market. So when you're looking at CoStar, you have to be cognizant of the fact that that is an algorithm that was used based on some we don't know, proprietary information that they decided was similar to our market. We don't know how much data is in there. We don't know the time frame of the data, but the cap rate they come up with is often very, very high for our market area because they consider us a small MSA, where in fact we have a lot of investment grade product here and nice buildings. These are Class A buildings. You would consider these Class A buildings in Richmond as well. So.
And the cap rates,
Oh, yeah.
on the properties, indicate in the range of 6 to 8%.
Yeah.
Actually, 5 to 8%.
5.25 to 10.5 with a median of 7 on actual cap rate sales greater than 10 million.
And then just to, we have a statement here on the property that shows a total expense of $667,516, and the value that we are assessing this property at, the $15,685,100, is based on that extent. For some reason, a different expense got entered into this one. That's the only difference between these two sheets. So this one is the one that is the actual assessment. The page that was put in the app and in our packet was incorrect.
Sorry.
Okay, any questions for the assessor's office?
So I guess back to my original question. Are we allowed to take into account a potential sale in 2024?
You're not supposed to consider any market data that takes place after the data value, January 1st, 2024.
Last page from the investment analysis states. The BOV dated as of December 23rd. This is from the BOV. So the BOV, if you look at the data in the BOV, it's 23 data. So this was as of the assessment day. So just make sure that you guys understand that I'm not giving you something post, but you're right, any sale would be after January 1, but this report was created based on 23 information as of assessment day. So, and she's exactly right. CoStar cap rates are challenging, especially in smaller MSAs, because the point was exactly right. You don't have those type of buildings. So they're going to go outside in the algorithm and they're going to find other buildings. That's why I didn't say 10.1. I used something more like 9.25. The broker, which was more in line with what the broker who's trying to sell the property is saying, I believe if they could get a 7.5 cap, they would tell you the owner so that they can get a higher value for the property. So I kind of lean towards the people that buy and sell these things to find fair market value. I mean, that's just what I saw.
Is this, are they going to be sold? Is it like an auction?
No, absolutely not.
Or are they going to be sold as a group only?
No, they can, and if the report splits them up, that's what I did as well. The report tells you one building they valued at X and the other buildings at X. I mean, they would prefer to sell the whole package to get out because they've lost. It's not been a good investment. It's not been a good investment, and it's pretty, but you know what? Pretty don't pay the bills. So they would prefer to move away and get out of this investment because this market apparently won't hold that value. Yeah, for whatever reason. Now, and if it sells, the bid, what they do, they put these packages out, like I say, and then I shared this with Peter and Deb. They will get bids. Like, we'll give you X for the package, we'll give you X for the buildings based on what you've given us. And then then they'll negotiate the sales. They have to take a hit on these things because they did. She's exactly right. The majority, they paid more in 19 than COVID hit, and they have never recovered. So they're going to take a hit on these things, but that's their equity position. They'll lose money on the building.
Are they currently listed for sale?
Absolutely.
They are.
As I shared with the county, tomorrow they will have all their bids are due and they will have a bid package. No different than your house. If you had a broker trying to sell your house or an agent and she brought you back 4 offers, you would take the best offer in theory. That's what they're gonna do.
They are offered at an undisclosed price because they're looking for a strike. So they
Yeah,
want
yeah.
to take offers.
They want to take offers, but this is what was prepared for the owner.
So, I'm not saying it works this way on commercial properties, but around here on residential properties, the most of them are selling for more than the asking price.
Which makes good sense, but this is not a residential property. This is an.
No, I know, I'm
It's
just,
it's a investment property. It's not driven by your desire to live in a certain neighborhood or your school district desire or your desire for that pool. This property is exclusively, no matter how pretty it looks, is there to generate revenue for an investor. The problem with this, there's a lot of problems with this property. Some of them, yeah, the 2 of the buildings are doing okay. 2 of them, COVID hurt. It's in a strange location. It's in a great location.
It's a great location. Pentops is a growth area right off.
But
of
across the
64.
street from where their main feeder is, it's kind of weird. It's kind of weird. And I think that's, according to Colliers, that's the biggest trouble they've had trying to lease that space. Now, I walked in the building. It is a nice building. But the interior build out is drop ceiling, just like this. It's not huge ceiling. It's a nice foyer. But
so I got one more question.
yes, sir.
Is the owner's name really Johnny Guitar?
Yes, it is. Maybe that's the problem.
That's really his name?
Well, he's with Parkway. Parkway is a REIT. And you know, you're gonna, no matter what, there are gonna be a lot of these deals that come back. And these, especially these office buildings that were bought on 5-year numbers, that were built in 19, and that 5-year note's coming back. The interest rate was 4. What do you think back then? That note's gonna come back at 9. And you're gonna see keys being given back. They don't want to do that here. They want to sell it and just lose whatever equity they've lost. But I guess, in all honesty, the biggest difference is the cap rate. And because cap rate, I know you were asking, young lady, higher the cap rate, lower the value, higher the cap rate, interest rates, risk, everything is built into cap rate. Do you think there's a risk with that property? Of course. That's why the cap rate's higher. So I think that, you know, if it sells, will it probably will, for $50 million? Guess what? Next year, they'll probably reduce the value to $50 million because that's the market value of the property.
It's the total assessed value right now of the 5 buildings,
67,420,000.
67. Thank you.
So again, they've been very, very cordial and we get along well. We just see things a little different. I mean,
It's your job, right?
well, my job is, you know, if this was, look, I've been doing this a long time. I'm 62 years old. I own the company, my local company. If I thought this was, I mean, this does not even matter. If I thought, you know, this was a bad report or there was something shady about this whole deal, and she even knows the brokers we talked about. I firmly believe that if fair market value is defined as what a willing buyer pays a willing seller, then this is pretty clear. It's not your house, or it's not Tip Top restaurant, or it's not, you know, 100,000 square foot commercial retail shopping center. It's a kind of a unique piece of property, and they're not happy about it.
Well, let me ask you this.
Yes, sir.
If it was not for sale, would you have an argument with the way the county?
Yes, I would be. Well, our primary difference would be in the cap rate, because I'm going to say that a 7.5, this is, you know, based on that property and the type of property it is, and the vacancy on a couple of those buildings, I would say at least 2 of those buildings, we've got a cap rate problem. Now, 2 of the buildings have, you know, 20% vacancy, and they allow 12. I understand why, to stabilize it, or to bring it.
Well, fair and equitable to
Yeah,
everybody who
right.
has that same vacancy.
Well, right, but I don't know if everybody does. I mean, I'm not privy to what they have. So based on the analysis, I would primarily have a problem with the cap rate. I don't think that's a high enough cap rate for that property. And I agree with her. CoStar it's more, their algorithms are gonna push up a cap rate for a smaller market like this. But that's why I went to the December 23 report by the broker and said, look, that's what they're trying to sell the property. So that would be my biggest beef. Well,
She's
difference.
capping it at 7.5, and
Yes.
you
I
said
use-
10 something, but then you said
Well,
9
CoStar's cap rate was 10.1, and I agreed with her. And so I applied a 9.25 cap rate. I brought it down a little bit. I mean, interest rates now are commercial loans like this are pretty, and you gotta have skin in the game too.
Okay. Any further questions?
Can I just add, I just want to make sure there's the difference between what we provided on page 7, which is the cap rates that were indicated by the sales, and what he's referring to is what should the cap rate be on my property, asking CoStar, what should this property have a cap rate for? So the properties, the cap rates on this list are cap rates based on their NOI and what they sold for. They're not based on some from some algorithm of CoStar. And I believe what, you know, you can certainly say that this is not what I'm saying, but I believe what he's saying is that you ask, like, this is my property, CoStar, what should the cap rate be for it right now or at a certain time? And it pops back and says 10 points. Is that?
Yeah, that's exactly.
So
what
I just
it
want to make sure there's
Yeah.
a difference
Right.
between this data and what he's saying about that.
See, what I would say about this data is it makes great sense to me. If you look at the office building cap rates in Reston, Arlington, they're gonna be your lowest cap rates. Yeah, because they're all GSA leases. They're around DC. Makes perfect sense to me. Chantilly, DC, Fairfax, Dulles. The Richmond cap rates. There's 2 in Richmond at 8%. But there's some at 6 in Richmond. There's 8.1 in Richmond. So these are all over, but they're not any specific to Chesapeake. Excuse me, there is one in Chesapeake. I did see that. There's none specific to Charlottesville. So, you know, I have a CoStar problem. It sounds like they don't have any around here either. And that's why I deferred more to the broker who's trying to sell a property in Charlottesville, not Reston or not Richmond. But again, it makes perfect sense to me. Yeah. I would assume that a cap rate in Metro DC for an office building is still going to be probably low because of the availability of the United States government and every function there of it to fill those buildings. That's just something I'm thinking. But again, good data. Good data.
No, and it's, forgive me because I don't have my glasses, but that's saying an average, the median is 7 on the bottom of that chart.
Yeah.
7%.
Yeah.
Was the median. And the average of the PWC Corpats was 6.5.
And all of these are either, well, from midpoint below that drive up that average are all in Fairfax County, Arlington, Reston, for the most part, predominantly. You can see it yourself. So that's going to by nature. I don't think you would buy a house here based on a price in Fairfax, Virginia, maybe.
Yeah.
So an investor's not gonna do it either. So anyway.
Can you guys explain to me why we use this deduction for extraordinary vacancy?
So you have to kind of go to the extreme to understand the schedule. But if a property, let's say an office building is 100% vacant. And you would not, you know, obviously a zero income, you wouldn't value it at 0 from that. So your income approach, if you used actual, would come up with a 0 value. If it was 50% vacant, you know, it would probably come up with the 50% of the total. And that's not how the buildings would sell, directly related to that vacancy.
Mhm.
So we've set up a schedule for higher than market vacancy. If it experiences higher than market vacancy, that creates a vacancy that it would be valued at because of its vacancy, but not matching exactly what its current vacancy was in that year. I can,
Yeah.
I don't know if that makes sense, but.
Yeah, I think I understand. I guess it's a way to proceed with the income approach where it would not have otherwise been informative.
That is correct.
So, one second, let me just get through this.
No, it's a good point.
So how are these numbers derived? How was the 12% matched to the 20 to 24.99%?
So this would be something we developed over time with the sales of properties as they happen with their vacancy. We do not have a schedule to show you. It's something we've used for years that, kind of was proven through the sale of properties that we did have.
But didn't we also say that there are no Class A office buildings of this type to attest to?
Not this year,
No, this year.
not this
I
year.
was talking about
Yeah,
sales
but
this
over,
year.
yeah, that was this year. So over the years, I mean, just like this property sold in 2019, there have been sales of Class A and other class properties in the county that we've used to calibrate that.
2019 was a great year. The brokers were making in a whole lot of money commercially. They could sell anything and they could sell it to outside investors. So
So
Until
then,
the world changed.
until the world changed.
so obviously this gets applied anytime you're over 12%, it would appear. Is that right?
Correct. If you're, well, anytime you're over 12, exactly. It would be 10% for that 12 to 20, correct.
So then if it's less than 12, how do you decide whether to apply actual vacancy or an estimated vacancy figure?
You're using actual
point.
under the 12%.
Actual is always unless it's extraordinary.
Correct.
But the lower level is 5%, no matter what. But I thought I heard you say it was, one of them was rented at 90-some percent.
That was 100%.
Yeah,
And we imputed a 5% vacancy. They were 100% full.
right. So you always get at least 5%.
Well, they were 100% leased,
Right.
but the statement from the year before was not 100% full. So we were using their 100% rent roll rent and reducing it by 5%. So and when we're doing an estimate, we're going to reduce it to 5% if it's fully leased at that. So there's a difference between let's say it's experiencing 7% vacancy, yet it experienced that during the year, so the year that we're using. And there's no problem with vacancy after that. We'll use that actual number that includes the 7%. But if we are, let's say it was, like I think in the example, it might have been 30% vacant at the time the numbers were presented to us, yet right now it's 100% occupied because they've gotten a new tenant. So we're trying to represent what it would be right now using the same rent schedule, but the current occupancy. So that's kind of a complexity based on the differences in the information provided and the current as of January 1st situation. It would be the same way if it was the opposite. If it was 100% occupied in 2022 when they gave us the data from, but yet it was 30% occupied now. I mean, 30% vacant, we would apply the vacancy to that amount.
Like in simple terms, just what, and I know what he's saying.
We left simple terms back.
No. No, yeah, I know. Well, it doesn't have to be that, but anyway, if the building, like in that case, like what he was saying, it had, the income was terrible for the prior year because they had no tenants. So as of the assessment date, yes, it was 100% occupied. But that income had not even been generated. That won't be generated until down the road. It's kind of like if you got it, and a lot of, just like she said, a lot of them had concessions and that kind of thing. So that income will never, it'll take a while to be achieved. And so what he's doing in that case is allowing a 5%, which is pretty standard market adjustment. Now, I don't know what the market is around here. I know that 2 of these buildings have 20% vacancy. That market is kind of in and of itself a market to me. Those buildings I rode around, I didn't see much look like that. So to me, that's,
Gotta go to the north side of town.
yeah, but then the proximity is totally different. So
Yeah.
its neighborhood, it kind of has, it is its own market. And look, I totally agree. 19 was a great time. But that's That's unfortunate what happened, but it happened. Did we make it hard enough? for 'em? That's all right.
So when a property sells and you're working backwards to identify whether these amounts are correct. Like, I understood you were doing that also for like things like the baseline rate for the land or for the development rights and things like that. So how do you do that simultaneously with something like this?
So let's say these properties sold and we looked at the 2022 income and we calculated a cap rate off of that. We would also take into account what the actual vacancy was of the property when it's.
Okay, but you're always using you're using 2022, but likely whoever bought that was looking at 2023
Absolutely,
data.
absolutely.
They would be forward looking.
Yeah.
That's what, that's how they. would
Which is
buy
what
it.
I was explaining earlier, our cap rate's typically lower because, well, that's in a market or a property type where the rent is increasing. The cap rate would be lower compared to an older NOI instead of a new. It would be the opposite of that, obviously, if they were going down.
So it's an inflation. Yeah, you're right. The old income, new sale, probably lower cap rate, but the real cap rate is higher. Most likely.
Depends,
The current cap rate, the one.
depends on where you're looking over your
Right.
skis.
Okay. Does anyone else have any further questions? Prepare to proceed to a deliberation or vote. So let me ask the applicant, I guess, just a couple of things. If you turn to application number 13, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pages in. It's the property analytics page.
Yeah.
Is that application number 33, or
Yeah.
tab 13,
Oh, sorry, tab 13, yeah.
33.
33?
The property analytics page, yes.
You've asked for a vacancy rate there of 12.6%. Where's that from? Because I understand your 2022 actuals were after 20.7. Whatever.
I've asked for that. For the county.
This is from CoStar, I guess.
Yeah, this is the CoStar Analytics report for this particular building on the.
Okay, so that's just a projection from CoStar.
Yeah,
It's not
Co-
informing the actual value.
CoStar says that for this property, their analytics say that it should be a 10 cap rate and the value should be $160 a foot. So that's what they're saying the property's worth. CoStar, and that's just CoStar.
Right.
So if you put 160 on 82. It probably is gonna come up to. Gonna come up to about 13 million. Which I think the county, what's the county's assessment on? Yeah.
Understood.
Okay.
Okay. Anyone have any further questions? I guess I'm troubled by these properties and the assessment. Because the assessor's office said it's possible that there was an overpay when they were bought. We still haven't approached that value. There's also like pretty compelling evidence that they're trying to shop these at like 55 to 59, which is a long way from 67. But I don't think the assessor's work on the cap rate is wrong. I don't like the way they calculated vacancy, but if it's historically derived and based on, other sales in the same market area or the Charlottesville metro, I don't think I can substitute the actuals there, which would probably bring them too low anyway. So it's just another one where I end up feeling like I need to defer to the presumption of correctness despite feeling like the applicant makes some good points on why the value should be lower. I don't think it comes over the hill for me on the cap rate argument. It's just a tough one to win for the reasons already discussed with this applicant and the previous.
If the properties sell for the price that you're quoting or somewhere thereabouts, that will be reflected in the assessment next year.
That'll be information we consider for next year's assessment, correct?
But, I mean, they will have paid taxes at a rate that was, you know, I mean, 6 months apart, but likely too high. Can't really rely on the sales to like correct an inequitable assessment.
I'm just saying that they, you know, the assessors have to use the information that
100%.
they have at the time, so.
Understand that too.
Do we have to do these individually?
If we could, yes, for the secretary. I will make the first motion that we affirm the assessor's assessment at 675 Peter Jefferson Parkway, application number 33, PID 32422. Affirm it at 50,685,100.
One second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? All right, unanimously approved with respect to Board of Equalization application number 33. Is there a motion with respect to Board of Equalization application number 32?
I make a motion that we affirm the assessor's valuation of 15,736,900. That's application number 32, 630 Peter Jefferson Parkway.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Lynn. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, application number 32 is affirmed. Is there a motion on Board of Equalization application number 30?
Move we affirm the assessor's assessment on application number 30 to 17,297,200.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Norford. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Application number 30, the assessor's office's assessment is affirmed. Is there a motion with respect to application number 31?
I make a motion that we affirm the assessor's assessment of 18,700,800 for application number 31, 652 Peter Jefferson Parkway.
Thank you, Mr. Norford. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Lynn. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? All right, application number 31, the assessment of the county assessor's office is affirmed. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you. Appreciate that, listening.
Thank you.
Hopefully, hey, look, I've done this a long time. I know, you never win. And we, it's fine, but I am curious. So if it sells. In like 30 days. What
30
is,
days.
well, no, it'll be 90, it'll be 90 days. They'll get a contract in 90 days. So,
Year.
yeah. How does it work? Let's say the owners want to file it to court. What's the next procedure? They sue circuit court for these decisions.
They have the right to go to the circuit court.
Okay. Then it's
File against the
illegal.
assessment.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Because that's what they're gonna ask me, so, all right. Then it's a 30-day period? Or is it a statutory?
3 years from the date of the assessment.
I know that. All right, sounds good. Again, thanks a lot.
Thanks, sir. Have a good trip back to Atlanta.
No, seriously, you were asking me, yeah, it's, every state's different on how to do their property tax process. Some are. Like Georgia, we don't have boards anymore, we have certified appraisal. But to hear commercial property, you don't have a, you have a certified appraiser. And that's just a hearing officer. That's just kind of how it's done. Every state's different. All right. You want to take it? Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Baldwin.
Pleasure meeting
Good
you.
to see you.
I
We'll
don't think I'll
talk
be
again.
talking to you next
You
year.
never know.
Hopefully, they'll sell it.
That's strike price.
Meet you, Mr. Means. Yes, sir. All right. Nice to meet you, man.
Nice to
Yes,
Eat
ma'am.
a hot dog at the varsity for us.
I'll be honest with you.
Go there.
I don't eat there. I don't eat there. You go there? Have you been there?
Oh, yeah.
What do you have? What do you have? What do you have?
A chili dog.
What do they call it? Naked dog running? That means a chili, that means nothing on it but to go. Yeah. Or through the garden.
Mhm.
All right. Y'all take care.
Take care.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, so we have now the Westminster Canterbury. Application number 6. We heard pretty significant amount of presentation from Mrs. Buchanan this morning, CFO of Westminster Canterbury Blue Ridge, heard from the assessor's office. There was rebuttal, questions, answers. Are we ready to deliberate on this?
So the only question I had was the comparison between the colonnades and Westminster as far as the land value. The colonnades doesn't have, the Westminster has like a nature area or something that's, but they're lumping it all together and using that as a square or the per acre price, right? Colonnades has 2 parcels, one is built up and the other's not, but it could be, is that correct?
What did you find out about this?
On the colonnades?
Yes.
There's only one parcel. The area.
Is there an area, I thought I heard a mention of an area that theoretically could be built on, but there's some issues.
No, I had given information, I believe, as to the fact that they have a maximum density of 220 units for the independent living or 3.74 dwelling units per acre. And then I gave you additional information on the number of units for the assisted living as well as the nursing. They currently have 309 total units. The max that they can have is 318. So the remainder of the land is open space, is essentially open space, unless they were to come in at some point and request their ZMA, their zoning map amendment, be changed for some reason, and the county considered that.
This is the colonnade you're talking
This
about.
is the
Colonnades, right.
colonnades. So they have similar areas, one's I think 55, one's 58 and change, and
So the land value for Westminster doesn't include the part of Glenorchy that they just bought, the 17
No, it
lots.
does not.
Correct,
Does not,
correct. It only includes what's on the one parcel. Now, part of that,
which is the built up part and then the nature,
the
Correct.
nature area.
the land use, I guess, I think.
it's not even that.
No.
It's just reduced value based on
Topography.
its inability to be used, developed.
I'm quite familiar with Westminster Canterbury. And I can tell you from people that have given me feedback and my own observation, I've been in quite a few of the buildings in the last couple of years, that it's outstanding. It is so well maintained, it's so well run. It is fabulous property. And to try to compare that to the colonnade is, it just, there's no
It's a
comparison.
different, yeah, it's a different,
It's,
it's like apples and oranges.
and I get this from feedback from people from the outside, it's the same thing. The only reason they go on the colonnade is because Westminster Canterbury is
It's too
meaningless.
expensive.
And it,
Yeah.
the concept is, not for everyone. With a colonnade, you just go in and you rent, that's it. But there's no comparison with new properties for what it's worth from my standpoint. That's,
I tend to agree. I thought the assessor's office, and its report very effectively provided the comparison between the colonnades and, Westminster, and I sort of invited Mrs. Buchanan to point out anything wrong with it, and I don't think that she did really, or was able to. Particularly with the date that it was built and then just never updated. I mean, it's not a small thing at all to invest millions of dollars a year in those permits to keep everything. I mean, that's why it looks so good.
exactly.
I also thought it was persuasive that the assessor's office had equalized the land sales and said that the base rate, was 500 an acre, under the cost approach, and that they're actually only valuing the land besides the, sort of racetrack play area at 300 an acre. And then I tended to agree that the 16 parcel package or portfolio was not comparable, nor was the Hanson property comparable based on their development potential. So that for me took care of the land. And without any other comps besides the colonnades. I mean, as we went through this, I started to remember more about the argument last year, and they really made a good case for why those cottages were not easy to operate, like to a degree that it was actually a burden on them. And they'd rather have had other stuff. And I mean, I think we adjusted that to 10% functional obsolescence or economic obsolescence, whatever it was. I'm still comfortable with that figure.
And that 10% continues.
Trying to remember what other arguments there were made with respect to the big buildings.
Any real reason why there's such a fluctuation in some of the different buildings? In other words, the assisted living building was down 14.7% in 23, and it's up 26.6 in 2024. Is there a big change in the building, or?
And I think I thought it went down because the board lowered it.
We lowered it, but then this year, I won't say we, I wasn't here. but
Correct.
This year, you started out with a clean slate, or?
Correct.
So you unlowered it.
We unloaded.
Okay.
I want to point out also that the analysis of the applicant, with its aged building analysis, is sort of at odds with its description of its process when they turn over the apartments. I mean, a $200,000 or $300,000 refresh I don't think they evaluated that at all. They just, the very first date that the building existed is what they were using to calculate its effective age as of now. But as you could test, if you walk through, it doesn't look like a
No,
20
not at all.
building.
When they redo it, right. It's
Yeah.
well done.
Wanted to state also that we're not permitted to evaluate things like in red here, nonprofit versus for-profit. I disregard that distinction completely, reaching at least the decision that I'm going to vote on. Nor I think are we allowed to consider the quality of the care or the difficulties in achieving certain standards of care or recreation for the inhabitants. I think that was one of the packages that came out at the very end. High operating expenses, fitness and aquatics, on-site bank, social workers, chaplain. And the care guarantees. Anybody want to make a case for adjusting the assessment in some fashion? Or why the colonnade is actually comparable? or why the 16 parcel portfolio or the Hanson property is comparable.
I don't think anybody can make a case.
I guess the last thing I would say is, you know, the data and the track line, it's not Mr. Lynch's job nor his office's job to explain a decision that was made 9 years ago. I think that's kind of an unreasonable burden to say this, the price increased or the assessment increased in 2016. You must explain that now. So I am not
Yeah,
inclined
I
to
agree with that.
ask that information.
That doesn't hold.
Last, nor do I think the trend lines between colonnades and Westminster Canterbury should ever get closer together based on the way that they maintain the properties. They'll probably get further apart forever. Miss anything? It's kind of hard to recall everything that we heard.
Looks like their major beef was really with the assessment last year more than this year.
Which is also beyond the scope of our mandate. Do you have a motion?
I'll move that we affirm the assessor's assessment of 250 Pantops Mountain Road, Westminster, Canterbury, of the Blue Ridge at 160,924,100.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Lynn. All in favor of affirming the assessment for Board of Equalization application number 6?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Okay, it's unanimously approved.
Pete, I never did get a copy of that letter. You want me to sign?
Could we hit the minutes real
Right.
quick?
Yes. Yep, here's the letter, if you could pass that down, actually. Leo already has a copy.
Okay, so returning now to the July 11th, 2024 minutes that we had set aside at the outset of today's meeting. Is there a motion to approve the minutes, or is there a motion to amend any part of the minutes?
I make a motion to approve the minutes as presented.
Thank you, Mr. Norford. Thank you, Lynn. All in favor of approving the minutes from the July 11th, 2024 meeting?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Okay, the July 11th, 2024 minutes are unanimously approved. Anything further?
You want me to discuss this real quick?
Yeah,
Because
absolutely.
You're gonna have to vote on this.
Okay,
So-
yeah, so what's that, new business? Or old business, I guess.
So, you all signed the letter the other day requesting from the Board of Supervisors a legal representation. So since that letter was submitted to the Board of Supervisors, the county attorney let them and me know that, and to let you know that there was a step first that we didn't actually do officially. So we discussed, and you asked me to ask the county attorney to represent you. And that was the first step, but you guys did not vote on it and make it an official request. So this is just kind of a requirement that it's a official request from the county attorney's office for them to represent you so that they can tell you that they can't represent you. And then they can act, the board can act on the second part, which would be the request to the board for outside counsel to be named.
So how do we need to word that?
So it's in this letter. I've set it up. I sent it to Mr. Mayo when I wrote it. I just wrote it hoping it would represent what you're trying to say here. And I took the language out of the other letter, some of the language out of the other letter included here. And then, basically the reason why, the very last paragraph, the reason why I think the board thought this had already happened through the request that you had made through me to go to the county attorney, had already done this step, but this is the official step now doing exactly that same.
So how do we do that? Make a motion that we approve the request for legal representation as represented in the July 15th, 2024 letter to Steve Rosenberg, Albemarle County Attorney.
Correct, that Mr. Mayo has the authority to sign that letter in your name as a board.
That Mr. Mayo had the authority to sign as chairman of the board.
Correct.
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, it's unanimously approved that the letter should be signed and transmitted to the county attorney. Mr. Lynch, will your office take care of that?
Absolutely, I'll have it up there today.
Thank you, sir.
So one more thing, I received a response from Jeremy, what's his last name?
Jeremy Lynn at AC.
Jeremy Lynn. So I had given him the 22nd and the 29th dates, which are your next meetings. And he will, now the 22nd, you have 3 hearings first thing in the morning, 8 to 9:30. I was hoping, maybe you can get right after that, but he's not available till 1 o'clock that day. So I wanted to ask you about if you would want to bring back Mr. Wood at 1 o'clock and bring in Jeremy at 1 o'clock.
I have a conflict at 2 o'clock.
You have a conflict at 2.
At 2 based on the other previous information.
Okay.
I have a doctor's appointment and I cannot cancel.
Okay, he's available from if I can find the email, he's available from 1 to 4 or
It's
1
1
to
to 4.
5. Jeremy, here it is. Yes, from 1 to 4. He's also available from 4 to 5 on the 29th, which is a little more restricted time period.
I can accommodate either of those. I'm holding both dates all day.
What do we have on the 29th? What's our schedule?
The only thing on the schedule on the 29th is a land use one that I'm still trying to confirm with the owner that he's gonna, not be here because it's gonna be based on a land use question and not a value question.
Didn't we decide that was outside of our purview?
You did, but I want to make sure we don't just cancel it without him having the opportunity to argue a value question. And yeah, I've reached out to him a couple times. We're gonna give him a call as soon as we can.
Has there been any further correspondence with Mr. McFarland regarding the next hearing?
I responded to him with the information from that request he made, everything except for all the documents. I let him know that the board wanted to know if he was available to come back on one of the dates, mentioning the 22nd and 29th, and when he would be available, if he wanted to, and when he was available. And so to that. And he has not responded to my email.
Okay.
And
How much time has he had?
I'm sorry?
How much time has he had to respond?
I will bring that up so I can.
Here it is. I sent it on Friday at 1:22 PM. So he's had since Friday on this.
I'm thinking about the 22nd. We have something in the morning, right, from
Right.
8 to 9.
8 to 9:30.
Right.
And then we have that break up until 1 o'clock when he's available.
When the other gentleman's event, when the
Jeremy.
Jeremy
Right.
Lin, yeah,
Would be 1 o'clock.
right.
I would come back, well, we should probably say if I were to come at 1,
Mhm.
that's not gonna give me enough time to get to that appointment at 2. But I could come back afterwards. That's a big break in between. We have to work or just be absent.
Supposedly, yes.
Doesn't make a difference to me when we schedule it. I just suggest that we either try to seek assent from the person or set it far enough out that there can be no argument that there was not enough time for that person to
You're
prepare.
talking about Mr. McFarland now? Okay, all right. That's fine. There are still dates in August that you can move into if you need to. We were just trying to avoid those in the initial
Understood.
scheduling.
So we made a decision on that or not?
I miss Jeremy.
I would.
Will David
propose-
be back on that day?
He is supposed to be back. He was questionable on the 17th, in which we don't have any hearings anyway. But he was supposed to be back for the 22nd.
The 22nd, but you couldn't be here.
The
In the
2 o'clock.
afternoon.
I couldn't be here until maybe 3.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to me that there's any time sensitiveness to it. I mean, it's gonna be retroactive if a change is made. And so I would just think we should set it on a day when whoever was here for the first part would be able to participate. Also with respect to Mr. McFarland, if it's okay, maybe we'll just try to arrange that date by email so that we can provide him more time to respond to your email Friday.
Right.
Instead of trying to guess now at something that might work. That's what I would suggest. I guess we'd really like Mitchell to be there as well,
That was correct.
but I don't think there were any others that anyone was missing, right? The other dates, okay. For both, we'd like Mr. Mitchell at both.
So we can just let you know what we find out, follow up from Mr. McFarland and a good time to schedule for Jeremy and Mr. Wood to come in. That would meet the schedule.
Okay,
I didn't ask him, I didn't ask Jeremy about anything past the 29th, if that's a possible option.
okay. Yeah, I defer completely to your office to schedule. You guys have always handled that
Or the
very
29th would be
effectively.
good, I think.
But, okay, all right, by the 29th,
If possible.
all right. We will see what we can get set up.
Right, we originally had a meeting scheduled July 31st maybe, or 30th? Or 1st?
29th of July was the last date in July we had scheduled. The date after that is August the
All right,
2nd.
well, 30th, 31st, and the 1st, and the 2nd. I won't be available,
Okay.
which we don't have anything scheduled at that time.
Correct. Currently, so we'll know not to schedule something if we need to. And we have dates after that. Okay, I think I've got the guidance I need to. So we can move forward.
The next meeting is the 22nd.
Correct, a week from today.
You got some tasty books for us to read?
Oh, I do. They're
beach
in the
novels.
office.
Can't wait.
Yeah. So if you can hold on a moment.
Is there a
I'll make a motion. We adjourn.
yeah, a motion to
Yeah.
adjourn? Second,
Who made the motion?
I did.
Thank you, Mike.
I'll second it.
Mr. Norford seconds the motion to adjourn. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And so the meeting is adjourned at 4:06 PM.
Forgot we're supposed to adjourn.